All right, let me explain the run. We are picking a random rule at the start of every act, and we're going from normal all the way to hell. So if we make it all the way to hell, Act 5, this challenge will have 15 different rules. I tried to make them so they are complementing each other and not like canceling each other out. So for example, the rule for magic items is not magic items only. It is magic items are banned. Same with rares, etc. You will see later. Can you repeat the rules? Okay. So, no, I'm just kidding. You probably wrote that before I explained the rules. I think it's all gonna be very self-explanatory once we get started. But I thought that since it's all about randomness, let's let the wheel decide everything. So first, let's pick a class. And this is how the wheel is gonna look like. I click spin and then it starts spinning. There's a nice little sound. I hope you hear that too. This might be loud. Sorry headphone users in advance. There's a little celebration when it picks. Necro, oh no, oh, not barbarian. Well, that's good for the challenge aspect, I guess. Ooh, was that super loud? Sorry about that. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit for next time. RIP headphone users. Alright, so we're playing the barbarian. Someone also asked about hardcore. I don't want to do it, but let's do it like this. Oh, it's already set up. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. So we are playing the barbarian. Let's call him something stupid. Wheel of Misfortune. Oh, it doesn't fit. Wheelie. Because the wheel decides his fate. Alright, so the next roll is for hardcore or not. I did not think... I wasn't planning on making this run a hardcore run. But let's see. I think it's gonna be... risking... It's gonna run the risk of ruining the run early if we get unlucky with the rolls. But it's fun. Diablo is a game of randomness after all. So hardcore, yes or no? Oof. Alright. Probably a sad roll for the audience, but I'm quite happy. Especially being a barbarian. Alright, so not hardcore. Sorry, I don't make the rules. The wheel does. So no hardcore. Let's see the reactions. Phew, oh, yay, no. It's a misfortune that doesn't fit, that's true. Meat spin, that's actually a much better word. Or a much better name. Meat spin. I hope that isn't some nasty spin to whim. Random guy. Random guy is also good. No, not hardcore was the question. Don't you try with me. Spinny the barbarian. Spinny. Alright. Now I'm gonna set up the real wheel. With like all the rules. And there are 30 rules in total. So it's gonna be a bit hard to see them, I guess. Actually, I like random guy. This is the final time I change the name. And we're not doing hardcore. But also we're not doing the sorceress, that's a misclick. Flashbacks from childhood. Okay, I'm not gonna ask more about that. I picked a random class. Let me just put my usual control scheme up. We picked a random class. We randomly decided to not play hardcore. And I have too many windows open. And now Let's spin the wheel. Oh, for repeating rules, I meant that if you randomly choose the same rule twice, will you re-roll or just not add a handicap? I think I can set it up so that when I have pulled one option, I can remove it from the wheel. But if I happen to roll a double, we will just remove it. Well, so without further ado, let's get this run started. This is the wheel I set up. It's probably a little small to read, but there's a mix of gear restrictions, skill restrictions, and other miscellaneous restrictions. It's gonna be tough to keep track of everything, but that's where I have you guys. I'm sure you're gonna yell at me if I try to break the rules. So let's get going. This could start up very easy or very hard, depending on what rules we get early, but sooner or later we should find ourselves in some kind of interesting situation. Third, no, that's pretty bad. So right out of the gate, one of my 3 skill trees are completely banned. And it was so close to getting no minions too, which wouldn't have mattered at all for the barbarian. So now I think I can hide the choice, and now it should be removed. Yeah, now I only have 29 options left. That's rough. Well, that's the beauty of doing it live. No secret take-backsies. So what is even the third skill tree? Oh, combat skills. That's even worse. No combat skills. The worst imaginable. The worst start imaginable. All right. I don't make the rules, or I guess I made the rules. I didn't pick the rules. So no combat skills. Can you see that? Is it too small? Ah, it looks fine.
Good day.
No combat skills. Well, people have been asking me for a like passives only run. Maybe this will be it. Well, I guess we have Warcries too. Holy shit, man, that's so bad. No combat skills. All right, now I kind of wish now that we got hardcore, because then I could have died early and reset. Does it carry over to the next act? Good question. Yes. So the whole idea is to stack the rules on top of each other until it becomes super difficult.
Beware.
How do you even play Barbarian without combat skills? I guess we're about to find out. All right, let's just get a move on. Warcry Barb. I guess that's the only run we can do. A volume seems fine. Let me know if it's not. Maybe you can get one rule lifted after each difficulty. I mean, that would certainly be nice, but isn't it more fun if my struggles are higher? So already we reached the point of getting super difficult right off the bat. Good start. I mean, for the Barbarian specifically, that was probably the single worst thing we could have gotten. Maybe no health potions could have been very tough as well. But no combat skills is rough. I mean, even on something like a Paladin, at least you could have had really strong auras. I guess we have the combat masteries, but come on. Alright, first level up. Let's get some vitality. I forgot to go into the... I mean, we're going to use scepters for the early game, so let's put 1 point here. Please don't say you have a no healing potions option in an ARPG. Well, it's fine. It's only 1 out of 29 options left. We're not gonna get it. How many times do we spin the wheel? Once every act. So when I enter a new act, we spin it. Every single act.
Good day to you, partner.
Oh, thank you, Dirt Darber, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. No, thank you. So I haven't really played a singer barb, like a Warcry barbarian. So you obviously need level 30 to even have the skill, and then I assume you kind of need double spirit to make it even plausible. Is that true? Does rejuve count as healing potions? No, because I wanted, since there are 15 acts, I wanted to come up with 30 rules, so there were plenty, so like the run wouldn't be predictable. So I made the potions 1 rule each. So no healing is 1 rule, no mana potions is 1, and no healing potions. Then no mana potions, and then finally no rejuve potions is its own rule. And last week, someone asked me about Mr. Llama's super hardcore challenge, where he plays hardcore with no healing at all, and that is not the rule. It's only healing potions, so I can still use lifesteal and stuff.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend.
Thank you,
in this
Weston,
forsaken camp.
for the gift, the membership. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Lifting the mood after a rough start. Interesting run from short. Yeah, I think this is, random. Diablo 2 is already a very, very random game, so no two runs are gonna be alike. But this is definitely a repeatable format. But I think that's true for a lot of Diablo 2 runs. Like, I've done the Uniques Only challenge twice, and those runs ended up being very different. You're welcome. I thought you needed a boost after that spin. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Well, so far, since in a previous challenge we have determined that Bash is broken, so far on level 3, it's no different from a normal run. Cope? Come on, no Merc spin next. Sometimes, I'm not saying that you're complaining, by the way, but sometimes people in YouTube comments complain that I use a mercenary for the challenges, because then some runs become mercenary runs, because the character is so weak, and that is true to some extent. But, I mean, it might be, for this run especially, it might be a necessary part. Anyone not complaining, just add difficulty? Oh yeah, absolutely. I didn't take your comment as complaining, definitely not. Which is why I pointed it out. I'm just a comment on mercenaries in general. Losing the mercenary next would be tough, for sure. Quilted armor. I probably have missed some minions at the very start of the area. I've been looking so much at chat that I haven't seen what's going on. We have Emilio again. Well, if there's one guy who can save a cursed run, it is our boy Emilio. Well, imagine if the first roll would have been no summons. And the Barbarian doesn't really have summons. I guess he does have Grim Ward, but that's it. In that case, it wouldn't have been as fun of a start, right? I was seeing some talk about Path of Exile 2. Yeah, it's a big update coming on Friday. And I actually thought that I would stream Path of Exile 2 on Friday stream. But then I looked at what time the patch drops, and it drops like 10 in the evening my time, which is late for a guy like me. And also, I assume that the servers will be pretty, how do you say, stretched?
The rogues are safe.
Stress tested, or whatever, on launch. So probably no content, PoE2 content for me at least, this week. Fire res. Maybe I would rather have the gold actually. Or let's see how expensive a couple of scepters are. Well, that's cheap. Mana Steel. That would have been nice if I had a combat skill. 1 max damage and 1 socket. Can I afford to? I might be able to afford it. If I sell the ring, yeah. Rare cap. Oh, it's not that good. And I mean, I can sell my mana potions for gold. It's probably good that you have something to work to in Act 1 instead of having to rush through without any considerations. Yeah, for content, it is good that I rolled an absolutely awful first rule. But I mean, so far so good. Gonna pump some dexterity for attack rating. Actually, I mean, speaking of combat skills, of course, they add a lot of damage, which is important. But I mean, also, attack rating is a big part of the skills as well. So there's no use to plan too far ahead, since stuff might get banned still. Damn, I wish I'd seen the rule roll. Well, since you are typing in YouTube chat, YouTube's playback, video playback thing is very good. So on YouTube you can rewind. It should be like 4 or 5 minutes in. Actually, I'm just running around aimlessly killing stuff. Well, I guess I am playing Diablo 2 after all, but I could probably move a little quicker. I mean, 2 scepters and some mace mastery goes a long way. But I wonder what you even do like for the mid game without a combat skill. I've never heard, except for the Warcry Barbarian, there's like no build that doesn't use a combat skill. So I guess we're just picking a weapon type and pumping up that. Might go for polearms actually, because of the Savage polearm recipe, the cube recipe. And then, yeah, then we sing, yeah, I guess. I should mention though, probably, that respecs are... I am allowed to freely use the respecs from the quest rewards. So I can use one build now and respec to another one later. Though I don't want to waste my skills, because imagine that we go for a singer and then work cries are banned. That would be extremely unlucky, but it could happen. And then we might need like a tactical respec for that reason. Your stream title says gambling only challenge. Thank you. It's not supposed to say that. Thank you, thank you. Alright, only on Twitch. Sorry about this. This is not a gambling only challenge. How do I change the title of on Twitch? Oh, I think I can do it like this. Whoops. Every act I add all right, now we go. All right, sorry about that. Thank you so much for pointing that out to me. Selen Sea War. Thank you, thank you. Oh, chipped ruby. All right, let's rush the stony fields. Thanks to you, I hire mercenaries. When I hire mercenaries, I look for Amplisa, Emilio, and Galsar first. Nice, that's an influence I can happily stand by. And ever since I started streaming, I take mercenary names much more seriously too. Just Selen, alright, gotcha. Selen. Selen is very Swedish pronunciation. Actually, if this is the burial grounds, we might as well take Bloodraven down for the chance of getting Amplisa.
Join my army of the dead.
Oh, come on, you coward. Well, that's a cheap drop. The strat might be to rely on 1-point wonders. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I don't actually need a high-level Mace Mastery right now, because so much of the damage comes from just the base damage. I mean, going from 28 bonus damage to 33 bonus damage isn't gonna do that much if the base damage is like 8 on average. I want to see a two-handed axe. What base weapons are generally the best? Like polearms deal a lot of damage. Two-handed swords are pretty good, you know, good mix of damage and speed. Though they are very stat requirement expensive. Axes are alright, I think.
I can't carry it.
Mauls are of course big strength requirement but big damage. And unfortunately rather slow. Fast weapon is usually best. Yeah, scepters are definitely best low level. So let me understand this right. Then no combat skills applies for the rest of the game, and then you add extra rules on top per act that also apply for the rest of the game. Yes. That is exactly how it works. And I said it already, but I think that no combat skills right off the bat is, you know, probably the worst we could have rolled. At least since we randomly selected the Barbarian, losing the combat skill tree is probably the worst thing that could have happened. That is like losing the minion tree with a Necromancer.
I I am overburdened. I
Because
can't
even
carry
if you're playing a bone necro, you usually want some kind of summon, right? But of course, due to the completely random nature, the difficulty is gonna be very, like, how do you say this in mathematical terms? The variance in difficulty. Oh, good thing we didn't play hardcore. The difficulty variance is very high, depending on if we get stuff like, since we are a melee character or a barbarian, getting stuff like no healing potions is a big downside. Whereas if we got, let's say, a paladin who has prayer, or, well, no healing is pretty big for all of them, I guess. Are war cries count as combat skills? No, the rule was that the third skill tree is banned. So it's the combat skills skill tree. So anything that is in this tree is banned. Even like war cry deals damage, but it's not technically a combat skill. So that's a fair game.
I can't carry anymore.
Man, they are really... What is it that I can't equip? Man, why do I take so much damage? I guess I haven't put much of my points into life, and I'm only level 5. No healing plus the ancients is impossible. I want to reiterate that it's no healing potion. There is no healing rule. So I could, you know, imagine what a weird run it would be if we have to start stacking life replenishment, like a 3-socketed body armor with skulls in it just for life regen. That would be pretty weird. I think I want to find the waypoint, since we are saving Deckard Cain. But otherwise it looks like the underground passage is here. Oh yeah, it has to be here. But I'm also going to buy a few potions. Can you make rune words with plus skills from the banned skill tree? Ooh, interesting. Like +3 to whirlwind or something. Interesting. I'm leaning towards yes. Because it is the skill tree that is banned. But maybe that's also a bit of a cop-out. Cop-out answer. What do you think? Should I be allowed to wear... If my combat skills tree is banned, am I still allowed to use items that grant +2 skills to the combat tree? Or to the tree? Or to skills in the tree? I can't even speak. That is... I think the skills are banned, regardless of where they come from, but... Definitely legit. It should be allowed. Yes, allowed. No, yes. It should be allowed. Alright, yeah. I mean, that can maybe lead to some interesting gearing options. So let's say that the rule is that when a skill tree is banned, I can't put any points into it. But I can use the skill if it comes from an item. What if all skill trees are banned? If all three skill trees get banned, I am holding you accountable, Paladin, for jinxing it. You talk about how you like creative problem solving in runs. Seems like a creative solution to me. I agree. So maybe I can get a cool barbarian helm with some kind of combat skill. That could be pretty big. Well, pretty big. It's still, I mean, let's not overestimate. I forgot the stamina potions, by the way. Let's not overestimate the difference between a level 2 double swing and a maxed out double swing.
Welcomes you.
So it's not like a barbarian helm with +1 to 3 to any random skill is gonna make that much of a difference. Alright, and now we're getting the... Get your mercenary reward.
Impossible.
Oh, I can't. Thank you for the reminder, Jill. I forgot I defeated Bloodraven. I'll do it once I find the waypoint, because I ran out of scrolls. Alright, get your bets in. Will he remember to when he goes to town, he being me, when I go to town to get my mercenary, will I remember to also refill my town portal scrolls? Get your bets in. This guy speaks the best middle management Swedish Swinglish I've ever heard. Love your content. Well, you saved yourself with saying you love my content at the end, because that's a freaking insult if I ever heard one. I did remember. Oops, I didn't mean to buy a full book. Seems a little wasteful. Alright. It is what it is. Hello everyone, hey. Welcome to everyone who's joining. We're currently a level 5 random guy, the level 5 barbarian, who is not allowed to put points in the combat skill tree. Kyle. Well, she'll have to do it for now, until we actually know what we want. Welcome to the Swedish middle management of Diablo 2 content. Oh. I used to work a corporate job, so I know exactly what you mean when you say mellanchefssvengelska, middle management swinglish. I know exactly what you mean, which is why I took offense. Just kidding, of course. Yes, it is a made-up word, but I know exactly what it means. Alright, should be up here. I should study the underground passage sometime, because, you know, you go through it on every run, but this is still one area I haven't really figured out which direction you should go. Sorry, didn't mean to insult. Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. I'm exaggerating for... I'm exaggerating the reaction for entertainment. It's fine, it's fine. I didn't get angry at you. I found it quite funny, to be honest. East, always head east with D2. Ah, that's not quite right. Right? Like in the tombs you go left. Or counterclockwise, but this does seem like level 2, so maybe you were right after all. Bonk, bonk. Oh, thank you, CGT527, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. The D2R guide says in underground passage, go straight. Thank you, Stasu. That probably means that I should have gone here. So I explored the entirety of this appendage in vain. Because you see, this whole tile is oriented like this, so if you go straight, it should be this way. Well, now that you've said it out loud, maybe I remember. Will remember it. It's counterclockwise or clockwise depending on the map, and I always forget. Yeah, that's the same, Adam. I forget which map has what rule, and also I don't. My brain doesn't really think well in clockwise or counterclockwise. I like to think that if I'm the character walking out of the spawning tile, do I go left or right? Alright, so we had a really good underground passage map. And the D2R guide was right again. Could also say go to exit. Yeah, that would be helpful, right? The adventure is in the journey, not in the destination. True. I'm feeling a little bit squishy, so let's get some vitality. I guess I can start putting points into War Cries, because eventually I will want a bunch of them. Or actually, what if we ban that skill tree in Act 2? That was a mistake. I'm not gonna use Howl and Taunt and Shout right now, I don't think. I mean, Battle Cry and Battle Orders is where the real power lies, so I should have waited just on the small chance that I will also ban a skill tree on the next act. It's only 1 in 29, so it's very unlikely, but it can of course happen. Thank you, Cyclone, for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. 5 months. Thank you kindly for the support. Ooh, runes could be big. Some tell weapons could carry me for sure. Though, for the sake of... Close. Sorry, Kylie. For the sake of content, I don't want to turn this into a farming stream already. Actually, I think I'm... Am I on a higher player setting? No. Cope. It felt to me like I was on a higher player setting from a previous play session, but I wasn't. Well, in that case, maybe I can use Howl. Oh, the elites are too high level to be scared away by Howl, so I only scare away the fallen. Also, I'm running too much. Ooh, I have these now. Alright. Clutch level up to 6 before going in here. Goatman just hits like a truck at this level. I guess I am very low level for the tower. Why am I such a low level? I guess I haven't been to Travincal yet, so let's go and grab the waypoint and then actually go to Travincal before the tower. Because that should be another level or so, at least. Copium Deluxe. Eat your greens and level up a bit. Alright, I will. But we do want to clear the tower at least once, right? So I probably should find a waypoint, even though I have the Tamo Highlands here. Gem Shrine. I think I have a ruby in my stash. But I want a topaz, of course. Amethyst, didn't get it.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, did I miss it on the other side of the bridge? I could be over here. Did I say Travancore? Yeah, I obviously mean Tristram. My bad, my bad. Hello, I just watched a random build video yesterday, and here you are. Here I am, yeah, back with... I need more my daily hit of randomness. Random loot in Diablo 2 isn't enough anymore. Just gonna be careful to not accidentally throw all the potions.
I can't.
Oh nice, she got poisoned too.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Alright, those strangling gas potions were pretty big. A pretty big find. I mean, you usually find some in Act 1, always. You will need to do a farming stream sometimes, otherwise you'll be too under-leveled. Yeah, I mean, probably. Like, if I get a rule that says... When the game gets harder and I get a rule that, like, bans one class of items, like, bans all my rares, and I have a bunch of rares, I probably need to replace them. So there's gonna be some farming at some point, for sure. Where is that stupid waypoint? Could I really have run past it? Let me double triple check down here. No, it can't be here. I have the shrines, I went here. Is it gonna be back on the other side? And here it can't be here in the middle either, right? Because here I fought that pack. Holy crap. Well, I guess we're going back to the other side. Oh, I already had a potion in the tower. What a strange map. Where can it even be? I guess it can be... here. I missed some part here. I didn't see it go up into the terrain.
I can't carry anymore.
Wolfhead. What is it, the barbarian one called that you can find now? Like a fanged helm? Alright, so we run very close past it. Happens. Yes, that is right, Christian. We add one rule every act, and they stack on top of each other. Whoops. Oops, I meant to put them in my belt. Alright, I said I would do the Tristram instead of the tower anyway.
These
But are they
stones are
cumulative? Man, I'm such a terrible Diablo player. I don't have the scroll yet. When you say cumulative, I assume you mean if the same rule can stack twice, and that is not possible because every rule is removed from the pool of rules we pull from when it's been picked. How did you roll so badly? I don't know, I'm asking the same. Well, it's gonna be great for content if I make a video out of this. Well, it is already great for content because it exists in the VOD. But that was definitely a roll. Getting combat skills banned right off the bat. With my luck, it would be behind the tower to the southeast. That's the worst, when you get a lucky map, so you have the waypoint really close to the tower, but you don't see it and you end up exploring it all anyway. Well, it's not too bad, because then you still have a very good tower map, a Black Marsh map, so you can easily farm the tower if you want to. Only 4 potions. I need to remember to only throw a maximum of 3 and then restock when I'm in town. Given that one of the restrictions can be ban you from farming. That's right. I forgot I added that rule. There is a rule that says I'm not allowed to repeat areas or bosses. I forgot about that rule even existing. How did you have time to see that, Decode? How did you manage to read that when I spun the wheel? Like 1 rule out of 30. But that is true. There is a rule that prevents me from repeating areas or bosses. I mean, there is definitely the possibility for a truly cursed run if the stars align in a bad way. But there are also some that are almost freebies, like getting no summons allowed on a barbarian is a pretty mild run. I read them all out of curiosity. Well, that's impressive that you had time to do that. I guess you can pause the video, never mind. Oh, true. There are also some rules that are like increase the player setting of the game. And right now, that would be a benefit. Like, if I could play on players 3 instead of 1 right now, that would be a positive and not like a extra challenge. But you have to remember that I can't go back down. So if that happens, I will have to play hell on players 3 as well. So I think this has the makings of a really interesting run. I haven't tested the rules at all. So there is a real possibility that it will simply be like the rules might be too hard. But if success was a given, then the run wouldn't be that fun, right? We want to see you crying by the end of this. Well, good summary of the situation. I mean, I guess you don't watch me for... You're not watching Zarfen the Loot Goblin on YouTube or Twitch because you like seeing super powered build guides, you know, owning the end game as efficiently as possible.
Ah, very.
Ethereal. Imagine if this has self-repair. It doesn't. Maybe it can't even spawn with that yet. And now we're gonna remember to sell. I think a lot of you know this, but if you sell a Strangling Gas Potion with 1 out of 25 quantity, You can buy it back fully stocked. It costs a bit of money, but you can basically have infinite throwing potions, which is pretty nice.
Hello.
Do we have them, please? Do we have them, please? No, it doesn't seem like that way. But I guess we could use a higher level one. Divo, Heather. I used to get Heather when I was a kid because
I'll put that to good
that seemed
use.
like a real name. Like the other ones. Gwynny or Gale. Shika weren't really sounding like real names to me as an 11-year-old Swedish boy. Players 8, no farming sounds great. It does sound like something. And the way I did it is I added as 3 different rules, like increase the player setting by 2, increase the player setting by 2, and increase the player setting by 3. So it's kind of unlikely to get all of them all the way up to players 8, but we are also kind of likely to get at least one of them. So we are probably taking on hell on a player setting higher than 1. And that is something I don't think I've ever done on one of the challenges, actually. I never think I played a high player setting in hell. Well, I guess I don't really have a character fit to keep a mercenary alive right now, so I probably don't need to bother with it yet. Once we get to Act 2.
Good day to you, partner.
Still no still no barbarian helms. Or maybe I've ignored them. They've been on the ground and I haven't seen them. Thank you, Vix Gamer, for 2 months. Resub. Have a nice day. Thank you. You too. And of course everyone
Good
else
day
in
to you,
chat.
partner.
And thank you, Nex underscore. Well, I didn't need to say the underscore probably. Thank you, Nex, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Andreas Peterson. I appreciate it. The stars should definitely be maligned. If the D2R gods had the hands on the wheel, yeah. Mal-aligned. Yeah, there are so many nutty combinations we could see. I guess I have, you know, I have thought about what a run might look like, but I haven't really rolled the wheel 15 times and just see what comes out. Because in my mind, like, if you have no magic items allowed, no mana potions, and whatever, no mercenary. Alright, that is tough, but you know, it's manageable. But if you have 15 of them... Just finished binging all of your videos, including stream VODs. Easily my favorite D2 creator. Oh, thank you, Nex. That is very kind of you to say. And I'm very happy you liked all the content.
Stay a while and listen.
You have
Magic Time introduction. Throw barb without double throw. We'll see. Just putting it out there into the universe for you to simmer on, so when I eventually decide to go for a single throw barb, you won't freak out.
Good evening.
Zarfen, is the one-shot challenge video coming soon? Definitely my favorite stream. Yes. Well, not soon. I am working on it now, finally. I'm not sure why I didn't do it sooner. But the next video is gonna be something else, and then the next video after that is probably gonna be
Good to see
the
you.
one-shot challenge. And realistically, I should have done it already. But yes, it is coming. I think it will be a very good video. There's a lot, like it lends itself very well to storytelling. Like there's an interesting story going on in the one-shot challenge. What is the one-shot challenge? I streamed it a while ago. Basically, you have to kill every enemy in one hit. Very fun challenge. Gamer is DC. Thank you for 5 months in a row. Wow, after trying Barbarian, my fingers hurt spamming shouts and I'm not even playing a Singbarb. Yeah, I mean, I've said it before on some challenges. The Barbarian is like... Barbarian strong, big stupid strong man, but he's secretly a like try-hard super gamer character, because you need to cast so many spells and spam so many... you keep so many different war cries up, and you need to swap skills, and you have your shouts and your leaps. So, I mean... He's a hidden... I don't get... I've lost the word, but like you're at a try-hard character. He's not like take big club, bonk enemy on head. He's like more involved to play than a sorceress, for sure. One to 2 cold damage. Actually, isn't one of these socketed? Yeah, it is. So I should put my fire gem into that one. Let's save those skill points. Okay, focus. Where am I going? I think we should take a trip to the tower. I wish D2R had timer icons for things like battle orders. Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, you do have the visual thing around your barbarian, but if you're like in the middle of a fight and there's, you know, explosions going on, maybe an enemy aura affecting you, and then also you have like shout, battle orders, and battle command. Yeah, it would be nice to have a little timer ticking down. Same with Fade and the Burst of Speed. And Venom, I guess. Venom is extra hard to see as well. Alright. A few more levels. And things are looking better. Actually, I can't say that, because the previous goat pack was elite. This was just 2 regular goats. You shouldn't really, or I shouldn't really think too far ahead, because since I don't know what rules I'll end up getting. But already my brain is going like, what if I farm the runes for passion and get like seal going on a barbarian? That is quite expensive though. But I'm already starting to think about what O skills there are in the game. And hopefully in the tower we can find a weapon rack that drops a barbarian helm. Still haven't seen one of those as far as I know. Well, I know I haven't seen one, but I don't think one has dropped either, but could be wrong. Thank you, Daytime Studios. Love your streaming for D2 challenges. It's more fun. Keep on trucking along. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you liked them. What's the current list of challenges in the wheel? Oh, I do not have them written down somewhere other than in the wheel. And I don't remember them all off the top of my head. Hold on. Need to focus. Should probably add a death counter as well.
I am overburdened.
A racked set armor. Hello? That is quite unexpected. 300 enhanced defense on a quilted armor. Well, that's pretty nice. Very, how do you say, unexpected is what I said just 5 seconds ago. Pretty cool.
I can't
It would be very nice now to find the light belt to go with it. Arctic's bindings for the magic find boost, of course. What else would I be hoping for? Kingslayer rune word for +1 to vengeance. That would be cool. Though, as I said before, the problem is that it's not the only problem is not just having the skill, but a level 1 vengeance is gonna add
I can
very little
already
damage
tell that I'll be your best
compared to a
friend in this
maxed one.
forsaken camp.
But of course, it is certainly better than the basic attack, so I shouldn't. Like, beggars can't be choosers, right? Oh wow, thank you, Sirlex Jr. for 5 gifted subs on Twitch. Thank you, that's very generous of you. Thank you for the support. Varsågod, blev du glad? Yes, indeed, thank you. I appreciate the support.
I am overburdened.
Sorcerer spells also have cooldown. You can't just spam them. Well, not everyone.
I am overburdened.
After you said death counter, I died to an elite pack. Sorry about that. I take the blame.
I can't
Part of
carry
the blame.
anymore.
Alright, let's focus. I got distracted that I was trying to hold Alt to see the loot on the ground here. But when I moved too close, there were too many gold piles, and I guess the game prioritizes loot that is top right, and you can't see too many text boxes on screen at once. So the items at my feet kept disappearing, and I didn't get why. In case you were wondering what I was doing. Dreamer like. Yeah, Arctic first, I mean, it's not great. It's not a great armor, but 10 to all resistances, that is pretty good for Act 1. As far as what kind of armors you can find. Of course, it pales in comparison to some items you can get a little bit later. But perfectly decent. And of course, it is always fun to find sets and uniques. Rail rune, that's nice. Tear and Rail. Fire Sork. Ass drop.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. Good day.
Maybe read off the rules before the next spin. It's so many. I can show them on screen for a bit. You can read for yourself if you feel like it. Oh, I shouldn't. What am I doing? I shouldn't sell my light healing potions. You should hook your mouse up to 2 different Diablo windows. Have to beat both games using the same inputs at the same time. I saw someone, a YouTuber, do that in another game. It looked really chaotic and weird. So I thought I have actually thought about that idea before. I think that it's gonna be very hard to watch, though. Like 2 games going on at the same time. It's gonna be very hard to watch that as a viewer, I think. Let's go to
Good day
50
to you, partner.
vitality, then some dexterity. I need some strength soon as well, because with only a basic attack, I probably gonna need some pretty big weapons or grind the countess for a bunch of tail runes, but I don't really feel like grinding the countess right now. We'll see. Thank you, CH95Go, for the 3-month resub. Hello, mister. Hello to you too. Thank for the sub. Twitch sub. Go Goblin. No mercenary. Right, I could have revived my mercenary, but... No way, he used Kane to ID stuff. Yeah. I mean, cherish the situation. You won't be seeing that often on this stream. It's very funny that you called it out. I love how Zarfen prioritizes checking loot over being bonked by enemies. Loot Goblin priorities. Three chipped amethysts. A little bit unlucky. And what I mean by that is that right now I have 3 chipped gems and all 3 are amethysts. I would much prefer more rubies. Well, I would prefer topazes, chipped topazes, or emeralds. But it's fine. I feel like you need to try hard to die in Act 1 of normal. Well, I did die once in Act 1 of normal, I did. But yes, in general, this act is very easy, even if you are very weak. Jewel and a ruby, ask and you shall receive. If this is a Jewel of Envy, that could be really big for early power. Could maybe craft something. Unwritten rule that you always get the gem you don't need at the moment. I mean, that's the unwritten rule of Diablo. You never get what you want. Though actually, I shouldn't complain. For some of my recent challenges, I have found mostly chipped topazes in Act 1. So I have often entered Act 2 with 2 chipped topazes in the helm and 2 in the armor, which is quite lucky. Ask and you shall receive. Yeah, goblin laughter. Chance to hit is starting to get a little low. And maybe I should, you know, just because the possibility of rolling that I can't repeat areas, maybe I should do a little bit of farming early rather than later, just in case I run into that. You can craft an axe. Ooh, true Nightwarg. Do some gem shrine farming, throw back to the crafting only run, and do a bit of crafting early. Definitely. What do you think about doing the 1 HP hardcore challenge but in softcore for practice? I guess you would still solve all of the problems, but to me the whole idea is that it's in hardcore. I mean, that means that... Ooh, jawbone cap. Finally. That's what the lowest one is called. I guess that the people who like the challenge haven't gotten any new episodes in a long time because I haven't played it. Because I died last time. But to me, that one feels like it should be done in hardcore. Alright, let's see what we got on the helm. Where is it? Job on cap. Nothing, of course. We should probably grab the Malus. I hope you don't spin the no cube option. Yeah, I don't like that rule actually, but I wanted to have 30 rules in total, so there are some rules that I'm not a big fan of. But yeah, the no cubing run is not very fun. Because it really limits a lot of, you know, fun options. But it's fine, we're not gonna roll it, don't worry about it. I'm gonna keep saying that for everything, so at some point I'm going to roll something I have said I won't be rolling, and then we'll have a fun clip farming, like the big streamers do, I guess. Still one socket. Looking for a 2-socketed helm, so I can start getting some magic find going. 9% is not a lot, but it's better than 0.
I should take this to Chelsea.
Level 10, nice. Wow, they trapped me. Almost got me. Two left. So I can't throw any more potions right now, or I'll run out. The smith is making me look weak. Alright, here we go. Another jawbone cap. +1 to blade mastery. Is this the same skull cap? It is. Actually, we can sell it. Oh, hey, Schwingy. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. If you watch my channel and have ever thought, I wish Zarfen played Path of Exile 2, check out Schwingy's channel. He has some really fun playthroughs of Path of Exile 2.
I am overburdened.
I can't really tell you much more than that because I don't really know the game that well. I haven't beaten Path of Exile 2 once yet. But I think he makes really good videos. Run, Barb, run. Those amethysts are 3 out of 243 of an upgrade to a rare armor. You gotta stay positive. Look at things from the bright side. Oh, no problem, Schwingy.
Yes?
I wouldn't say it if I didn't think you made... I wouldn't have said it if I didn't think you made good videos.
Greetings.
Oh, I was gonna ask, do you think we should imbue this or not? But you can't actually imbue superior items. At least you're as good as Elon Musk at Path of Exile. True, true. It would be tough to be worse than that. Do we have any open sockets? No. Crafting Oops, crafting jewel. This is of course a tab from another character. Not allowed to use that, of course. I mean, maybe we will love having the amethysts later when we try to force a singer barb. Ooh. Ooh, get to pick and choose. I love the skull cap look. It looks like the perfect amount of stupid, in my opinion. Bonk. Well, it fits a barbarian, but like on a sorceress or some other class, they look kind of funny. Especially with the gold tint from a socketed topaz. Any chance you do a Diablo 1 challenge run? Oh, definitely. I would probably do a Diablo 1 playthrough, because I know, if I know a little, very little about Path of Exile, I know nothing about Diablo 1. Well, that's not true, of course, exaggerating. But I know almost nothing about Diablo 1. But I could definitely stream a playthrough of Diablo 1 at some point. But as it is now, I stream like once or twice per week. And I have so many ideas I want to do. So it's hard to prioritize something like that for me right now. But definitely sometime I can almost promise you that I will stream a playthrough of Diablo 1 sometime. But I can't promise when. Well, it's not in the rules to not use the shared stash tabs. That is true, but 99% of runs I do, being solo self-found is implicit in the rules. But I mean, I'm sure I would surprise a bunch of viewers if I went to town at level 30 and then like acted like it was nothing and like, well, I'm just gonna go and grab my blood letters and my goblin toes. Would you stream a D2R classic run? Oh yeah, that too. That too. Some days I wake up and I'm really interested in playing classic. And other days I'm just like, well, it's Diablo 2 but less of the same, right? I haven't played Diablo 1. Does Diablo show up or did I wait for the sequel? Not to spoil you, but he does show up. Luckily. Actually, last time I heard, it doesn't exist in Diablo 4 yet, right? Absolute disgrace. Well, to me it feels a little weird that Diablo isn't the final boss of this game, but of course that is because it has an expansion, and it would be kind of weird if we fought Diablo twice as well. I guess it's not the final boss of Diablo 3 either anymore, now that I think about it. World's most evasive Dark One. Alright, finally. I think this is a good bet to go in. Oh, here it is. I can see the stairs on the minimap. What will the rule be for Act 2? Who knows? No one knows. Only the wheel and the RNG gods know. To be fair, it would be cool for Diablo to be the final boss of a Diablo. Oh shit, yeah, that's true. I mean, I hope they do it like that, and I guess that's what they're working towards, but it would be so cool if Diablo 3 had a definitive final, or sorry, Diablo 4 had a definitive final expansion, and that's when we get Diablo. Do you think that's what they're doing? In that case, I think they are kind of cooking. That seems like a great idea, actually. I hope they do that. Though, do you think that... I assume Diablo 4 is a big cash cow. Do you think they can keep themselves from making more and more expansions? That's true. Diablo 1 has a has the Hellfire expansion. Which is sort of it's not made by Blizzard, but I think it's officially endorsed or something like that. So like it's not an actual it's not a mod, or the expansion is not made by Blizzard, but it's like still official. Maybe they outsourced it and I misunderstood what it meant. I got the impression that it was almost a fan-made mod. But maybe I'm thinking of the other one, the Beelzebub. It sounds like I know what I'm talking about, but I'm just reciting words that I've picked up through context that I know relate to Diablo 1. I have no idea what the Hellfire expansion even is, other than I assume it's some kind of expansion. So don't be fooled by me name dropping. Oh, Sierra made Hellfire. Well, alright, so it's not a little hobby project from a seller somewhere. Eric said it was outsourced and they did not follow the design documents or something along those lines. That's funny. Like, this isn't what we asked for, but now we paid for it, so let's push it out anyway. And it was really bad. Sorry to hear that. I tried Diablo 4 and it does not feel good. The small little things putting me off, like camera focus and speaking characters, and overall what I played felt meh. Yeah, I'm not a fan yet either. Though to be fair, I haven't even finished the campaign. This is of course personal preference, but I really dislike the fact that, you know, you run into a bunch of random people in the cities. Like, to me, Diablo isn't an MMO game. So when I run into, like, Demon Slayer XX69 in town, you know, just standing with his summons or whatever, it kind of ruins the immersion or whatever, or it feels off. But maybe that's not maybe as much of a knock on the game as, you know, just my personal preference. Man, these are tough. Still only level 10, but I'm getting a little bit worried. And not maybe for Andariel. Should be able to brute force that, but what should we do after that? Did I miss one gambling only stream, or is it on a break? It's just on a break. Because when I started, you know, figuring out the details of this idea, I got so excited I needed to stream it right away. This doesn't look like it either. No. Oh, it's gonna be down here, isn't it? And then a little block of walls in the middle, and then the door. Oh, probably. He gambled a full build last time. I did, in some ways, I did gamble a build. That's all I'm gonna say. Doesn't feel like that gamble worked out. Tristrams to 12. Yeah, 10 is a little bit of a low level, right? Could do one Tristram repeat, one tower repeat. Though I guess since some of the random rules have with does have with the player setting, does mess with the player setting, I guess that means that I am not allowed to, you know, change the player setting on my own will. And doing players 1 Tristram runs does probably not do that much for me. Ooh, lightning enchanted. Oof, that was close. I didn't even see the monster or the shaman before the lightning bolts started spitting out. We made it. Barely, but we made it. I guess I am kind of complaining about my character, but I have literally 7 unused skill points, so... He probably has a really high poison resistance. Yeah. I guess I just have to go in. Alright, no more throwing potions.
I can't carry anymore.
Double cap. Inventory Tetris. Oh, I only needed 8 spaces, alright.
Stay a while and listen.
Looks like no other choice than Singer Barb. Yeah.
Good day.
I mean, support Barbarian going all in on Emilio, I guess. But maybe that's not very interesting. Ooh, nice. Well, unfortunately, I already put one of my gems in that, but this looks pretty decent. 2 sockets. I'm surprised that 2 sockets can spawn on rares this early. Replenish life 4. I'm actually gonna save this. I probably can't play like this, but I'm gonna save this just in case I roll no healing potions. This run has no hope. He just hasn't seen it yet. Oh, I'll show you. I'll show you all. You have a point though. No combat skills is less of an issue now, and it's only gonna be more of an issue the further we go into the game. No healing potions, does that mean no rejuves as well? No, that is a rule on its own. Which maybe doesn't make much sense, but that's how I put it together. I didn't really test anything out before going live. Don't forget that you have to get half of those rules. That is one thing I have I can start to realize now that we are talking about it, like not just in my own head, but we are talking about it, you and I, like chat and I have probably underestimated, you know, the fact that we will be getting up towards 15 rules if we make it to Hell, Act 5. So we are about to get some nasty combinations. Ooh, waypoint. Perfect. At first, when I read the stream, I thought you would add one rule every Act 1.
Yes?
Yeah, that would be nicer. Oh, look at this. Well, it's 5 skills, but when you read the skills, it doesn't look that great. Howl, Axe Mastery, Blade Mastery. Well, if we do go for an axe, having 2 to Axe Mastery on the helm might be decent. But will I ever be able to give up Magic Find on the helm slot? That's the real question. No time portals, only waypoints. There is, fortunately, no rules about time portals or ID scrolls.
Good day.
Skill is more important. Oh yeah, definitely, but Magic Find. This sounds fun. Yeah, hopefully. So far, it's been only one roll and then a bunch of theory crafting, but... Oh, because it sets every act and then the eye, alright. Oh, I see what you mean. Every act eye, every act 1. Well, no use of standing around in town. No use going into the wrong portal. You are a loot goblin after all. I am. And in some ways, maybe this is just me convincing myself and trying to convince you that greed is good. But if I don't have any combat skills, gear is even more important, right? So I need to maximize the magic find to find sweet loot. That might end up getting banned just afterwards, sure, but we have to play for the situation at hand. Dual Leech. Well, this is one for Emilio, I guess. I basically gave up on my rogue mercenary because I don't really stand around and tank too well. So it's very unlikely that I will be able to keep her alive, I think. You make a decent argument for a magic find. Yeah, the goblin speak. Like a politician saying the words you want to hear to convince you or something. Right. Level 3 should be over here, hopefully. I think that if I don't reach level... Hold on, what I was going to say is if I don't reach level 15 before Andariel, I think we should go back and do some tower runs or something. But if that is the case, then I should do it now, because I need to reset the game, and then I need to come back here anyway. That's a really long Catacombs 2 for being normal. Basically, probably like the longest you could get in normal. Yeah, no combat skills. That was the first. That was the first rule. I hope there's no MF. Oh no, maybe if someone else made the rules, but no magic find. That I'm gonna be completely honest. That didn't even occur to me as a possibility. All right, so let's do that. Let's do some tower runs to level 15 to give us a better chance of, you know, making it. Or it's 14 maybe. Every gear piece needs to have 2 light radius. That would be cursed. Kill Andariel and then farm. That is also a interesting idea. Let's do a few tower runs anyway, because runes could definitely be nice. But yeah, farming Andariel could also be an option. For some loot. Poor Warrior just wants to say hello. Yeah, poor guy. I ignore him every run now. Like, I only speak with him when I need to go to Act 2. It's like, when I need him, I acknowledge him. But before that, he's on ignore. Ooh. Let's hope that this armor rack is kind of consistent. I don't think it is, because last time we did not get a job on cap. The current rules are in the top left corner. We're still in Act 1, so we only have one rule, but it is a bad one. I don't think I finished the train of thought, but I'm gonna do a few tower runs first, because I think runes could be important.
I am overburdened.
And if I can farm them now and get levels and runes, I prefer that to doing it later just for runes. Man, now I was complaining before how I don't find any barbarian helms. Now they're dropping like candy. If you kill Andy before farming, you could get Emilio's help. Good point, but I also think that Emilio won't be able to stay alive against Andariel. What about magic find have to be on every gear piece? And then Adam answers, that's just a normal run. True, true. I mean, that run would basically be, how can I get magic find on a weapon? Challenge. Oop, I was reading chat. Well, I was never worried. 18 HP, no problem. I love to get barb helms and paladin shields on all characters but barbarian and paladin. Yeah. I was playing an assassin. Or was it an assassin? I was playing some run anyway, and it felt like I found a druid pelt every encounter. And it wasn't a druid, that much I know. Actually, chip diamond, that's pretty good, because you can cube savage pole arms. You can tank and define, and mercenary will eat her up. +2 mace mastery. %9 magic find is probably not making a difference, right? It could be 18 magic find in a while. All right, let's do something unusual and prioritize actual stats over magic find. $25K. Could also gamble. A little throwback to the previous stream. We should also go to Act 2 so we can waste cube space in your inventory when picking up loot. Wow. Kumadrin woke up today and chose violence. Not violence, perhaps. That's just how the saying goes. Holy shit, first Kane and now this, selling magic find gear. Well, I didn't sell it because I can't commit that hard. But yeah, I don't know what has happened to me. It's like a completely different player. Turns out that Wednesday Zarfen is a completely different kind of gamer. Alright, this looks nasty. Fanaticism goat back. Alright, thank you, strangling gas potions. Alright, we'll definitely hit 12 this run. That's what you get for making me miss 1 hour of the surprise stream. Alright, fair. Yeah, I did schedule this stream, but like 3 hours before it started. It's because it's Wednesday, my dudes. Nightmare rule, no keyboard, no hotkeys. Well, so basically I have to play with only the mouse and like, let's open my inventory. Let's open my skill tree. Oh, let's close the skill tree. That actually sounds like a challenge that is like annoying to play, 10 out of 10, but like entertaining to watch, 2 out of 10. Maybe if I become more of a spectacle screamer that screams at the screen, then it could be fun, because it would be super annoying and infuriating to play. Alright, here we go, the level. Ooh, a chipped skull. You know, the challenge run brain is just processing information like, oh, a skull, that's good if I happen to ban some of the potions later. I'm positive I even checked YouTube earlier tonight, maybe an hour before you scheduled. Yeah, I try to always schedule the day before, but sometimes it doesn't happen. But I do think it's important for me to schedule the streams, since I don't stream on the same time and same day every week.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, but now, if you had to choose between 2 Mace Mastery in 18 Magic Find, that's a completely different story, right? Right? Oh, that is true. Don't go to Act 2. You will just roll no farming. That is true. If I go to Act 2, I need to roll another rule. That is true. Interesting. I didn't consider that. And yeah, we might roll that we are not allowed to repeat Andariel then. The +2 is pretty noticeable. Alright, fine. I'll stick with it. Maybe I will find a +3 Mace Mastery, 2 open sockets. I believe. Just gotta believe. Analysis paralysis. Can't decide something to throw away. Man, well, maybe it will sell for more than, yeah, definitely more than a blank reserved head. Reserved head. Reserved head. Let's try and bank a few stats, because I don't know what weapon I'll end up using soon. I forget what they are called, but there are some maces in Act 2 that you can buy. I think they are called Grand Scepters, which, similarly to the normal scepter, offers a lot of, you know, high damage compared to the stat requirements for the early game. So that might be what we're going for next. And I don't think they require that much additional strength. Maybe 30 or 35. Ooh, 4 rune drop. Hello. And those who have a quick eye might have noticed that we dropped the entire... No, we didn't. Alright, my bad. I thought we dropped the entire Malice rune word. If, L, and F. But it was 2 if runes, and 1 Ter and 1 L. But if the run goes completely to crap, Malice could be, you know, something to carry us. So I'm missing the... I am missing an F rune. But it's not like I would make Malice on level 15 anyway, which I think is the requirement. Because it will be so annoying to deal with the life drain.
Good day.
Actually, dual leech, bonus damage to undead, and 7 to 8. No, this is still like 8 to 10. Yeah, this is still more damage. But this is not more damage. This is the same, right? 7 to 8, and this is 6 to... No, it's also less damage. Less damage, but dual leech and more damage to undead. Not worth. Maybe I should have been able to see that, but... I think I also sold... I had another stack of gas potions at some point, but I guess I sold them on accident. For rune drop. 4 rune drops clearly playing on the streamer server. I should dial down the settings so I don't get exposed. Hope of patch for D2 still exists because of China release. Well, maybe. I mean, there is a non-0% chance for sure, but I don't even think about it. Like, there's no use in getting your hopes up, I think. Because I still think it's more likely that we don't get an update for Diablo 2. But who knows? So you wrote the rules yourself. I came up with the rules, but they are randomly picked. Let's try and defeat Andariel. And then we can run Andoril instead. Now, I could definitely use some more runes. I don't have any Eth runes. I don't have any Tal runes. And something tells me that I could really use some of those. For malice, stealth, tal, weaponry. But also, who knows what the future looks like. And you know, I thought it would be nice if we could have a Zarfen stream that where like a Zarfen stream challenge where the entire first stream is not spent only in Act 1, you know. And we're only already halfway through. Sorry. Soon time for a Pepsi refill. An interesting problem that could occur. Interesting and interesting, but a problem that could occur. Imagine if we roll the rule that we are not allowed to use combat masteries. Since those are passives, we would basically have to respec right away if that happens. Interesting, I didn't think about that before. Thank you, Anti, for the super chat. A midweek stream right under my nose. Yeah, I tried to sneak it past you, but apparently it couldn't be done. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, there is, Daliden, there is also a rule that bans rune words. So yeah, if I farm for runes for 2 hours and then just end up rolling that no rune words are allowed, then, you know, I just wasted a bunch of time. Though, unless I misremember, there is no rule that bans, you know, just sockets. So, you know, a Tal rune in a weapon could still be used always. As long as there is some rarity left that can have sockets, I guess. But good point. So, you know, it's better to not maybe... It's hard to prepare too much. Well, of course you need to prepare, because you might always run the risk of not being allowed to farm anymore. But also, grinding for a specific rune word. And who knows, maybe next act you are not allowed to use rune words anymore. But yes, runes can always be used. You, holy shit, you went hard on the rules. Yeah, I think I might have overdone it, but it's gonna be an interesting run for sure. But of course, now we're talking about the worst case scenario. We could also roll a rule that's just no minions allowed, which for a barbarian wouldn't be that bad. But I did try to make it so that there are no rules that are completely like, doesn't matter at all. And of course, if we happen to like ban magic items, ouch, that would be a big hit. But all right, we can make up for it in other ways. But then the next act you ban rares. Oh, all right, now we're not looking so hot anymore. And then all of a sudden you ban something else, and it goes from like bad to terrible. Shouldn't play around rules that you might roll, in my opinion. Yeah, that's true. You're so unlikely to roll any specific rule, and you can't play around them all, I guess. Because in that case, I shouldn't, like, buy blue items for money because they might be banned, right? That's a fair point. I can't avoid everything anyway. So maybe it's a bad idea to overthink it.
I am overburdened.
Let's see if we can spy. Oh, I can't. Maybe it's down here. I tried to spy if I could see the stairs, but I couldn't. I cannot confirm nor deny the existence of stairs. Alright, so really bad level 2 for farming purposes, but decent level 3. Getting screwed over by a rule is part of the fun. Yes, of course, that is the whole idea with this, is that I should get screwed over by the rules. What are all the possible rules? They are unfortunately not noted down anywhere, but we are about to defeat Andariel, and then I can show you afterwards. But it is like most gear rarities can be banned, all different types of potions can be banned, every skill tree can be banned. Like mercenaries can be banned, summons can be banned. I can be forced to permanently increase the player setting. I was at 29 rules and needed one more, so I added no minimap. And that would suck real bad, because that would be really, you know, testing my map knowledge for all the areas. And you know, it's gonna be hard to just rewire your muscle memory to not click the minimap button all the time. I guess I have to I have to go into the control settings and remove the minimap button from my hotkeys, if that happens.
I can't carry.
Breastplate, hello. If nothing else, that's a big chunk of gold. Which spin do you hope for? Players 3. Yeah, maybe players 3 would be fun. Like, it would be good for more experience and loot. But of course, then that also means that I have to fight Duriel on players 3. And that I would not look forward to. Decent chance to hit. Probably it will be lower for Andariel herself, I assume. Andariel herself. Pronounce the words, man. Okay, I will. I haven't even skilled Taunt yet, but that is a really nice skill to have, for example, to snatch the shaman. Oh, alright. I didn't really succeed in what I was trying to do, like pull the shaman before waking up Andariel. But there were very few random enemies in both rooms, so that's completely fine.
Yes?
Let's save this, and if... Yeah, let's save this and then imbue it before we go to Act 2. The rule for the first act is that the combat skill tree is banned. Pretty tough start for the challenge. Hello, Andariel. Alright, here she is. Alright, this looks perfectly fine. Not a difficult battle at all. Of course, I'm using a lot of potions, but potions are cheap.
Let the gate be
Ooh, that's a lot of loot. I see a skull, I see a topaz, I see 4 items, other items. Any uniques? Ooh, unique axe. That is Death Spade. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That's fun. Fun to get like a weapon, a unique weapon from Andariel on a run like this, and a topaz too! The magic fine dream, it's alive. Next roll, no uniques, lol. I guess, so I should roll the stat for Act 2 before I put a point into Axe Mastery.
Good evening.
Let's start by imbuing this. Leap, Howl, Mace Mastery. 17 fire resist. I actually don't think this is better than this one, because this is Blade Axe Mastery. And we would be using an axe. Hello, Hemorite. Hello, SR. Never thought I'd catch you live. Well, here I am. It has light radius, so you're not allowed to use it. What? This doesn't have light radius. Oh, you mean this one? Does it? Well, I thought you guys loved light radius. No minimap. Play with the OG full screen map. Easy. That would be a bit of a cop-out. The polearm is just a rare bardish. I'm gonna give it to an Act 2 mercenary. Alright. I still think I want to repeat Andariel for, you know, go through the catacombs, get a few more levels and get some loot. And I should then probably do it before going into Act 2. Or actually, if I go to Act 2, I can buy magic find gear. I think the rewards outweighs the risks of going to Act 2. I mean, we can roll that we're not allowed to repeat Andariel, and that would suck, but it's 1 in 29. So now we're going to Act 2. Hold your horses. We roll the rule when we arrive in Act 2, not when we finish Act 1.
Hello.
Alright, now we're in Act 2.
Greetings, honored traveler. I am...
Alright, so it's time to bring up the wheel again. So what do we have? Second skill tree is banned, first skill tree is banned. Must drop 4 random pieces of gear. Alright, I forgot about that. So that's more of a one-time thing than an actual, you know, forever rule. But most of the others are like no repeating, no cube, no gambling, no trading, no potions, no poison damage, no lightning damage, no cold damage, no fire damage. Must drop random gear, no uniques. No rune words. Well, right now, none of them seem like complete run killers, but, you know, once they start stacking up, right? Let's hope for no minions. No minions. No! No! God! Move off! Oh, well, that still sucks. That sucks really bad. That sucks really bad. Especially to get this early. That sucks. I was just so happy that it moved past no repeating of areas. But, of course, this might be as bad. Because there's a lot of cute things you can do with the cube, like craft gear. You can cube runes and gems together. You can make socketed long swords with 2 sockets and some magic stat. You can cube potions. You can cube amulets and rings. But to be honest, apart from like no summons, I would have felt like I was unlucky whatever I rolled. So I guess I can't claim poor luck. All right, let's put it up on the board. No cube. But of course, I need to be able to quest to cube the Horadric staff together, because otherwise I can't progress. Man, that sucks. Oh, can I? Am I not even allowed to use the cube for inventory space? So you can't do the cow level now. Oh shoot. You're right. Man, this sucks. I mean, and someone said before that it's a bad rule because it just removes fun options. And in hindsight, I agree with that. But I'm not gonna change the rules now.
I know.
I'm gonna deal with it. But that sucks. Even though we don't have the cube yet. Yeah, that's true. At least this informs your farming. Many things are not worth picking up now. That's true.
I bet.
Emilio! Welcome to the team, my friend. Prayer would have been nice, but Emilio is Emilio. And of course, once he levels up, Blessed Aim will be very nice to have. Is the cow level a hidden quest? I don't think so, because it's not in the quest log. And if we're honest, how often do I actually end up doing the cow level? Not very often. Alright, let's swap helm to the Axe Mastery 1.
How may I help you?
No cube. That's gonna be tough to remember, because once the brain starts going like, I'm gonna do this and do that, and you know, brrr, it will probably be easy to accidentally... I guess I can put the cube in the inventory, then it's gonna be one more layer. But now you can't cube a weapon for Emilio either. Oh, that's true. The current rules are up in the corner. I was just gonna say, let's do some Andariel farming, but first we're gonna buy a little bit more magic find, and L6 provided right away.
Welcome to the desert rain.
Was cow leveling classic or was it added later? I believe the cow level has always been there, but I'm not actually sure.
Hi there.
No combat skills, lol. That is an astute analysis, I agree. There's not much more to say about that than lol. Getting that as the first rule. Cow level was there from day one, alright.
Good day.
Thanks for the confirmation. Actually, this is pretty good to put on either me or Emilio. Frost Nova when hit is really good. A really good thing to have in the early to mid game. Some pretty cheap crowd control.
Welcome to the desert rain.
There's no quest for using the cube for inventory space, so it's banned. Fair. Well, it is sort of a meme that I never put stuff in the cube anyway, and then always have a full inventory, so maybe it won't matter. The cow level was made because there was a myth in Diablo 1 that if you press the cows, you will get to a special level. Ah, right. I didn't know that, but now, you know, the whole thing about there is no cow level makes sense as well.
I'll put that to good use.
Also, while I'm here, I'm gonna gamble a... Oops, there it was. A belt. Actually, watch me gamble Arctic's Binding on the first try. Alright, would have been fun if it happened. I clicked too fast again. Okay, slow down. And I want a belt specifically. Like the item that is called just belt. This one. Because it has more potion slots. Alright, this is decent. Well, at least it's not as bad as the other ones. Farah will just sell belts. That is true, but we could get a rare if we gamble it. Right, if I was playing off-stream, I would farm until I had boots and gloves with more than 20 magic find, but since we are live streaming, let's take the first ones we see and move on.
Blessings to you.
Well, this is kind of interesting. 16 from one gem. Oh, look, a belt. Gamble always pays, chat. 10% of the time it works 100% of the time. You got it, man. You can't win if you don't gamble. Oh, I was just gonna say it feels a lot slower though. I'm a bit surprised that an axe is that slow on the barbarian. But of course I am also used to having a level 9 double swing at this point. Why level 9? Because at level 9 double swing becomes completely free to cast. Chip topaz, and now I can't even find 3 chip topazes and cube them to a flawed topaz. I guess I can power farm a gem shrine. But there won't be any cubing of runes either then, I guess. Who made these rules? Axes are fast on druids. It's only two-handed axes. Oh, right, yeah. You wrote that just as I said it. Only two-handed axes, though. Yeah, druids are very fast with two-handed axes. I don't want to go around with tons of unspent stat points. But let's finish the Andariel farming and then we'll invest the skill points, the stat points. Just in case we find another cool weapon or something that we want to use and can't quite afford to, stat-wise. Ooh, amulet. I don't have an amulet, right? First amulet. Half freeze duration. No cubing crushing blow gloves either. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that's true. Actually, I do have no crafted gear as its own rule. But no cubing, that means no crafting either, of course. Well, on the bright side, now there's one slot in the spinny wheel that is free. Like if we roll no crafting now, it won't make the run worse. But that is quite sad. No crushing blow gloves, no open wounds belt. No mass blood crafts for tons of lifesteal. Well, I made my bed, now I have to lay in it. Remember to tank and yourself. I'm gonna give it my best, Kumadrin. I'm gonna try my hardest. Decent. I hope we get no Warcry next. What the heck? Out here jinxing the run already, and I'm gonna try to stand behind her so she shoots it, so he doesn't get caught by the stray. Beautiful executed. Well done, Zarfen. Oh, thank you, myself. Not so impressive. As far as loot goes. Let's do a couple of more. We don't need to spend all day here, but a few more. But it's safe to say that we are off to a rough start as far as rules go. Yeah, this might end up being another Merc-only run. But instead of cool auras, I'll have battle orders. Maybe do players 8. I think that since there are some rules that mess with the player settings, I don't think I will. I won't allow myself to change the player setting freely on my own. But if I was allowed to, it would be a good idea to buff it up a little bit. This looked like a bookshelf, but it's not clickable. Because and I was just gonna say, oh, I thought this only spawned in the barracks, and it seems like they do. That was just an aesthetic bookshelf. I heard a gem drop. Did I pick it up before noticing, or was it over here? I must have picked it up without noticing. Or is there something hidden? Nope. Alright. Hello, Rabbit. Weird looking Monday, Friday. That is true. It is a Monday plus Friday divided by 2 in some ways. Ooh, hello. Door ambush. I'm gonna try killing Andariel without going back to town for antidotes. Hope that the 2 I have is enough. Oops. Sorry, Emilio. Maybe he can stay alive. Yeah, looks like he'll make it. I'm impressed that he... Ooh, that's a big drop, but no uniques. A crush flange would be really nice. You know, just seeing the armor. Everyone knows that Wednesday is the new Monday.
Greetings.
Good day.
So let's do like one more. Attack speed, attack rating, poison damage. So it's like 3 lower min damage, but 2 higher max. 3 to 4 fire, 7 poison. Attack rating. I don't think it's better. I mean, the damage number is gonna look better, but that's a lot of... it's inflated by the poison. Though the attack rating is nice. Alright. The attack rating made me pick it. Let's farm Duriel, this is boring. Farming Duriel. We're going to level 14, then we'll go to Act 2 and start slaying. Doors and corners, kids, that's where they get ya. Ain't that the truth? What you need a gem for, cubing, I guess you're right. Gems aren't gonna be that useful because I can't cube them. so low level gems are basically useless, right? Because I'm never gonna take all of those low level gems and cube them up to a perfect gem. Not all of the chipped ones. I'm not sure how to do this, but actually now as I'm playing, I don't actually see the rules, because the rules are added as an overlay in the streaming software. So I actually don't see the rules right now, which is probably not a good idea. I should probably have them easily accessible. Right now there's only 2, so it's not that hard to remember them. But as they, you know, stack on top, might be hard to remember some of them. When the wheel bans town portal scrolls, you'll come crawling back to Duriel. Wouldn't that be something? If vendors are banned and I end up having to farm Duriel for town portal scrolls. Well, it's really nice that Emilio already has lifesteal. You usually don't have this so early. And now I don't have any antidotes. I don't think I'm brave enough to fight Andoriel with no antidotes at all. I did not expect so many other enemies to be around her. Emilio has an aura or what? I'm not. Maybe he hasn't leveled up to 12 yet. No, he hasn't leveled up to level 12 yet. Yeah, man, all of these, I'm not gonna... Well, maybe a chipped gem will be useful. Chipped gems, man. What to do with them? You've never been in Act 2 so low. I mean, it is a low level, but is it that low? Yeah, I guess it is. I think like 12 is the lowest I typically go. Or like I have been on one of the challenges on the channel anyway. Alright, give me some good loot. A skull, a belt or an amulet, and a crystal sword. No way, man! Thank you, RNGesus, for looking out for a poor, unlucky bastard. Not so unlucky anymore. 2 set items in Act 1 from the same set. 40 MF. Oh, I forgot to put this on for the kill as well. Nice. Nice. Well, I'm very glad that we got this. Duh. What a weird thing to say. Of course I am. Nice. Very lucky. Loot Goblin's got a loot. Yeah, all of a sudden I'm super optimistic about the run. Disregard not having combat skills or access to the cube. We have a magic find. Decent sword. Attack speed, 6 to 20 damage, 15 attack rating. Well, now let's move on to Act 2 now. And just take a peek at Drognan. I did lose 1 line of potions, and that sucks, but if there's one thing that can make me, you know, sacrifice a bit of potion slots, it is Magic Find. Here we go. Oh, 10 to 24. Vicious Grand Scepter. Well, I guess the sword is no good. This is no good. Deadly Grand Scepter, 10 to 23, 14 to 18. I'm gonna keep using this because it's rare, or unique, I mean. But it might actually be better to go for a Deadly Grand Scepter and then go all in on Mace Mastery. Or go all in, but you know what I mean. A loot goblin through and through. Yeah, and I hope no one noticed that I sneakily put on my Magic Find helm. Actually, okay, let's be real here. Chipped amethysts, never gonna be used. Chipped diamond, never gonna be used if I can't use the cube. Rubies, don't think so. Maybe this, because if I get a weapon with a socket, a little bit of cold damage can be some crowd control. And this could be regen or lifesteal. Well, jewels are useless also without the cube. At least not like crap jewels. Man, screw this challenge. Just kidding. I am having a good time despite all of this.
Good day.
Can malice be made in any melee weapon, or is it like swords, axes, and maces? You legit never see Zarfen happier than than when he gets magic find. I mean, I laugh because I know it to be true. Any melee except orbs. Alright, gotcha, thank you. Let's do it like this for now, one in each. And let's save stat points for now. This guarantees that one of the points will be wasted, but I think that's fine. And then for this, I think let's go some dexterity to actually hit enemies. And then, you know, let's try and make the best of the situation. I remember that Skulder's airdrop in the Unix only challenge. Oh, those were the days. That was a good time. And we have a little bit of resistances to everything. A lot of cold resistances actually. Cold resist actually. Oops, I'm trying to heal Emilio, but I'm pressing the wrong buttons. And I had the right idea, but I was too slow because I pressed the quest log instead of the potions button.
Who goes there?
Someone said something about a resistance shield, and I think it's a good idea to go for a shield eventually. We can buy this just as a rhyme base in case we want to do that later. But right now I think I want the double swing at home. Double swing from Timu. Just attacking with two weapons, because you do still attack faster than with just one hand, with just one weapon, even if you don't have the skill double swing. Now do one more run, find Arctic's bow. Yeah, because I scrapping the wheel idea and go for an Arctic's barbarian. Solo self-found Arctic's barbarian. Oh, I need the gloves too. Well, could a bow barbarian work? Because then you wouldn't be able to use the combat tree anyway. Right, so far so good. Not exactly sure what the plan is now. I think after doing Radamant, I will just try to rush the end as quickly as possible, like rush towards the real. And not do any optional areas or anything. Well, to be honest, there are a lot of mandatory areas in Act 2. It's not like in Act 1 where you can, if you want to, literally go straight for Andoriel. You kind of need to find the cube, you need to find the staff, the amulet, etc. Though I guess I shouldn't skip too many monsters. I do need the experience if nothing else, to be able to actually hit something. Yeah, maybe I'll end up having to farm spirit when I reach Nightmare, dual spirit, and be a singer. You know, that might be where this run is heading. Though who knows? If mana potions are banned, that's gonna be tough. If rune words are banned, that's gonna be tough. And if war cries are banned... What an idea for a run. But of course, you can always max howl and just be a coward barbarian. Ooh, charms, nice. Is this the first charm I'm finding? I guess so. Well, that could be useful. Poison damage, please. I'm gonna save it just in case I find a weapon I can't equip, but...
Good to see you.
It is an honor to serve you.
Charge, Defiance, and Thorns, and still only 3.8. I guess it's cracked.
There's nothing the right potion can't cure.
Next rule, no items. No items at all. No items, dot. Scam is double swing. I do feel very slow, but it's fine. Both have normal attack speed. I guess I'm used to using double swing, which I do believe attacks faster, even though it doesn't have attack speed listed on like the skill description. I think that double swing actually attacks faster. The 1-2 combo of blinding my enemies and then clobbering them over the head with a mace. Not even gonna pick it up. Stupid cheap gems. Though I couldn't have done anything about it because I couldn't have gotten the cube before going into Act 2 anyway. Man, he gets so good damage. Like, his base damage is so good. 24 to 27, and then the weapon on top. Making me look like a chump. Stupid sexy chip gems. When I reach a natural place for a short pause, I'm going to grab some more Pepsi. I can feel my voice getting a little strained. Oh, perfect. And then we'll rush for Duriel. You know, I just can't wait to get another rule. I just want to reach Act 3 ASAP. Ooh, nice. Alright, so this is a good place. Quick break. Be right back. Just gonna grab some Pepsi and go to the bathroom. blinding them momentarily, then blinding them permanently. That is my battle strategy. I'm back. Yes, the gambling run is on pause for now, because I wanted to do this instead. I also had a thought, since Diablo.run is no longer with us, I should get into the... I guess I should get into the habit of doing periodic, like, gear overviews. So right now we're using Death Spade, a Vicious Grand Scepter, a rare with 2 topazes for Magic Find, half Restoration Amulet, Arctic Furs, and Arctic's Belt. Hello, what? Super lucky to get those 2 already. Magic Find Gloves, Bronze Ring of Craftsmanship, Ring of Warding, and Heavy Boots of Chance. A lot of pretty bad gear, but it is what it is. All right, Paladin, you have a tool. I meant to do... we talked a little bit about that before I went on vacation, then I forgot about it. I will write to you on Discord, Paladin, afterwards and set that up. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, great, great. Even though I haven't seen your tool, shout out for making a making something like that, or the Diablo community would fall apart. Let's see. Iron Skin. Are we defense maxing? Shout. Find item. Well, I'm not using my... I'm not using my mana on anything else. But where do I put those skills? I guess I can... For now I can put it here. And thank you FPC TV for the Prime sub. Thank you, I appreciate it. So I just gotta check a notification. Alright. Nothing urgent. Let's speed run the rest of the act. Can barely keep a straight face myself. I mean, I picked up... sorry. I mean, I picked up Emilio because he's Emilio. But Blessed Aim might actually have been the correct choice in this situation. Because I think I will struggle to hit anything. Or I'm pretty sure I will struggle to hit anything. Okay, here we have the next place, but we need to find Halls of the Dead first. That Pepsi was exactly what I needed. I feel reinvigorated. Any other non-native English speakers in chat that can relate to this? So, you know, I know a lot of English, but I definitely have consumed more media than I have like produced media. So I think that, oh, it is over here. Did someone point that out to me already? So what I was about to say is that I have consumed so much English media that I know so many fancy words, so my brain defaults to trying to say a bunch of words that I rarely or maybe almost never have said out loud before. And sometimes I can't, you know, it happens before I can catch myself. Like, what is it necessary to say that a drink feels reinvigorating? I'm not sure where I'm going with this point, but just something I thought about. Ooh, a very lucky first level. I feel that save. Oh, nice. Good thing that that I'm not alone. And especially in Sweden, or not especially, I'm not sure how it is in other countries, but in Sweden, a lot of media is in English. Like, we don't... There are of course TV shows and movies that are produced in Swedish. But like, we have, even as when I was a kid, we didn't dub shows for TV or anything. If anything, it was English with text.
But thank you, partner.
Oh, thank you, D2R Degen. D2R Degenerate, thank you for the membership. Looks like a fun challenge. Good to see you, Zarfen. Oh, thank you. Good to see you too. Hope you are doing well. It is a very fun challenge. I think the premise is really good. But already I can see that maybe adding a rule every act is a little bit much. But of course, I also got a bit unlucky and rolled Barbarian. If we had rolled a Sorceress, things would have been looking quite different, right? Because she's way less gear dependent, and already, like, we don't have access to the cube for cube shenanigans, and the combat skill tree is banned. I tried pushing... I'm gonna run to... Am I dead, or do you think I can make it out? I can make it out. Alright, what... Calm yourself. Oof. What I was going to say was that when I play a Barbarian, I always put a point into leap, and then I bind that to the D key. So I tried spamming D to get leap so I could escape, but nothing happened. Oh, that's what was the entire thing that happened. But and as you could probably tell, my brain melted down from that, from my buttons not doing what I expected them to do. But I did manage to make it out alive, surprisingly. Maximum stamina, are you kidding me? I was talking about something else before that, but that's long gone. I think it has to do with Swedish being kind of tense and more focused on intonation and context rather than the eloquent and flowery language. English is more verbose, more precise words. Oh, interesting. I haven't really thought about that before, but something like when I stream, the mouth just goes, and, you know, sometimes it comes out well, sometimes I have to correct myself. But when I record things on my own, I can really notice that thing about precision, because sometimes I find it really hard to pronounce things correctly, and then I can, like, catch myself, like, the mispronunciation kind of changes the meaning of the entire sentence. Kind of frustrating, actually. English has like a minimum of 4 different ways of saying something. Yeah, that doesn't help either, you know, when writing the script. Like, how do I say this? Okay, I can say it in like any way I want to. And I always don't know the... Sometimes there can be very subtle differences in what you say, but sort of changes the tone. And I am not always aware to exactly what different seemingly synonymous words, how they are used differently. But also, it's probably much more in my head than what it actually matters. in the like end product, like videos, for example. Oops. Can I scare them away? Oh, I can. Good, but still kind of a tough corridor. I guess I have to fight. Alright, lucky that I managed to squeeze through. But maybe I shouldn't run past so many enemies, because I do need levels after all. And not that the skeletons really give that much experience. No, actually, screw that. Let's finish this. And I said I was gonna rush through Act 2. But I do feel that a little bit of, what's it called? Beetle burst farming is in order. English has multiple ways to say the exact same thing, which almost every other language hasn't. Yeah, exactly. I bet Germans would have a few things to say about language precision. I used to take German in like high school, I think the equivalent is. And all I remember is that they put their sentences, you know, in the wrong order. But like you say things backwards in German. Oops, sorry, Emilio. I could do with a ring mail for some gold. I should take out the minions for experience, at least.
You.
Greetings.
But I will say though that German, like learning German is nice in a way because it's very, like you say, it's very precise, it's very rules based. Like if the grammar is a certain way, you can kind of count on that being the case always, or at least almost always. And that you have to appreciate. No savage pole arms, no cubing 3 chip gems and a wand for gold. No cubing my rejuvenation potions to full rejuvenations. In that case, I might actually start using them earlier than I usually would, just to have a, you know, panic button. How do you determine the rules? I spin a wheel. I hope that explains it. It will be apparent after we take care of the little bug in Act 2. Oh, I don't have Emilio. I should bring Emilio. You see, he almost doubled my attack rating. Or maybe more like plus 50%. But that does make a difference, of course. And apparently I had skipped an entire pack of scavengers here. Coming from English, learning Swedish, Nordic and German was a walk in the park. French on the other end. Well, yeah, I can see that if you compare to French, a lot of languages are kind of easy to learn. I learned French in school and I regret doing that.
Stay a while and listen.
Is there something I should be looking for, like when I am in town anyway? I guess a 3-socketed body armor, and maybe a 3-socketed shield as well. I can start keeping an eye out for that. Potential malice base. Fast attack speed. Though I guess you would prefer to make a malice in a mace, which I assume you can. Or a one-handed axe. It's not as fast, but then I can use it with Death Spade. Though how long is Death Spade gonna hold up, if we're honest? What the hell have you gotten yourself into? I don't know yet, but it's not looking good. Kite shields. Swedish Rick Moranis, my D2 goat. Who is Rick Moranis? I'm just gonna Google that really quickly. Oh, it's that guy. I see, I see. Well, he's a really funny guy. Swedish Rick Moranis. Thank you, I think. Then there's us Finns who have trouble learning every other language. Oh, you're Finnish, Taliden. Well, yeah, Finnish is a very difficult language. And in Sweden, we do have, like, on the national TV stations, they sometimes send, like, they air Finnish TV programs, because there are, you know, Finnish people who live in Sweden and vice versa. So I think both countries air some TV shows in the other country's language. So I have been exposed to Finnish a few times. Oh, Kite Shield. Kite Shield has worse block. But I guess I'm not gonna really worry too much about block, I guess. Well, it's cheap anyway, a few K. Exactly, 3-socketed shield for future Ancient's Pledge. I was just thinking that maybe I should go for a round shield. No, large shield. Because of a slightly higher block, but maybe that's... Man, and I keep forgetting Emilio. I'm so easily distracted today. It's lighter, is that true? Oh, is that so? Is Kite Shield lighter than large shield? In that case, it's definitely the better pick, I think. Interesting. Almost everyone uses Kite Shield. Well, apparently not this Goblin. Good to know, thanks for the info. Well, I can definitely notice that I have to heal more than usual. Because I don't have the Prayer Aura. I'm silent. I'm not commentating on the drop because... Never mind. But this run, I found 3 set items so far. And on my gambled items only run, I found so many set items on the gambled run. Like unreasonably many set items. Right? Yeah, it's not good, of course. But this time, because on the gambled items only run, I threw every set item away. But this time I'm gonna keep them, just in case I find, you know... If I find the Eisenarch's sword and shield, maybe the set bonuses will be good. I actually don't know what the set bonuses even are. It's weird to watch a Zarfen stream without gear restrictions. Ooh. You got me, you sneaky you. And then the response, no gear restrictions yet. That was really funny. The set bonuses are meh, alright. Too bad. Man, that was a stupid way to die. Easier to kite with a kite shield. Good, like, a mental rule to remember what it does. I wonder if I should have my chats somewhere else, because I have to turn my head so much that I don't see what happens on the screen. And I guess, you know, responding to chat messages is good, but dying like that is not good. And now I don't have Emilio again. What did I even die to? A single death beetle? Embarrassing, man. Is there a smart way to die? That's a fun thought. You know, saying a stupid way to die does imply that there is a smart way to die, I guess. Very unlikely that this is gonna be used, but we have the stash space right now. Oh, another elite beetle. A walking piñata of experience. Dying is a shortcut to town. Yeah, I guess technically you could use it as like dying as a shortcut under very specific circumstances, but then you could also just save and exit the game, I guess. Only smart way to die here would have been a hardcore death out of the barbarian class for this run. That is true. I mean, for those of you who weren't here at the start of the stream, we not only rolled the wheel for the class, we also rolled whether or not to make this run hardcore. And we didn't roll hardcore, obviously. But that could have actually helped this run if I died and had to start over. But I have not given up at all. I think this run still has legs. Though there is a high probability that one of those legs will be chopped off at every new act. What legs, you might ask? Well, I don't know. I was just saying English expressions without really knowing when you use them again. I'm thinking about what I'm looking forward to, and I guess I'm looking forward to level 18. Because then I'll unlock Battle Cry, which is a really solid debuff. And in my opinion, or like for me, it's very easy to undervalue the minus enemy damage and minus enemy defense because it doesn't really show up on your character screen anywhere. But it is there are some, those are significant debuffs. Hello, Julian. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Loma played through the game as a punch barb with no weapons or war cries. So it is doable, everything is possible. I guess everything is technically possible with enough patience. I mean, if people are beating the game with a punch barbarian, I should be ecstatic to be playing a death spade barbarian. The singer dream is still alive. It very much is. For now. Yeah, all the shouts are very good. I agree. Speaking of shouts, do you guys remember when I skilled a point into find item and said, this is something to do with my mana at least? And I have used find item a total of 0 times.
I need mana.
I got 1 mana potion back. Scammed. Right, this is the next area. Oh, and here's the waypoint. Perfect. And let's hope for a good map. And by a good map, I mean a short map. So we go right here. Counterclockwise, I guess, for those who prefer thinking in clock terms for map reading. Emilio level 14, nice. He is falling behind a little bit on experience, but I'm sure he has time to catch up eventually. Man, this was supposed to be the room for level 2. I guess they still sell for like 250 gold for 1 inventory space. Maybe it's still worth picking up the chipped ones, the chipped gems. You underestimate shout too. Yeah, I do. I guess I do. It's just that a level 1 shout has such a short duration that it's a pain to remember to use it. But I guess I'm not doing anything else with the mana, so... Oh, perfect, here we go. No minimap is probably the most diabolical thing. It's the last rule I added as well, because I wanted to get to an even 30. Or one of the last rules. And that would be painful. I don't think, I mean... You don't really think about every time you look at the minimap, but I constantly glance at the minimap. Even though I have it in the corner, instead of like overlaid on top of the game, I still always look at it. So I think if that rule happens, I'm gonna be so lost. It's no potions on the wheel. It is, but not like no potions. It's like no healing potions, no mana potions, and no rejuvenation potions are 3 different rules. And to be honest, when I thought about most of the rules, I did not really consider a barbarian. I was mostly thinking about, yeah, I'll just play a sorceress and then, you know, I can probably circumvent most of the rules. But of course, since the wheel decided the character, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. I guess I just keep going down. Hoping for a right turn. Oh, here we go. A fake out? Here we go. Another fake out, like fake ass right turns. And this looks like a dead end. Well, can it go continue to the right? Maybe. Like taking your phone to be repaired. You have no idea how much you look at your phone until you don't have it for a few hours. Yeah, I mean, I have an iPhone, and I'm not sure how long that feature has been there. Maybe it's always been there, but you know, you get your like a report every week about your screen time, and once that started coming in, I realized how much every day I spend on my phone. It's like when you give it, like it gives you the last week you spent average of like 3 hours on your phone or 5 hours on your phone, and it's like, holy crap, I spend a lot of time on my phone, like hours every day, and I can't quite piece together where all that time happens, but it happens somehow. Man, I can't walk. What's going on? Yo man, YouTube offered me one of your challenge videos out of nowhere, and since I watched like 10 plus hours of your videos, such nostalgia. Remember playing a shit ton of D2 20 years ago in uni, but never touched it since. Having a great time with your content. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the videos. Very happy to give you some of that nostalgia. Probably while shitting. Some of the time definitely comes from the bathroom, but I don't spend hours in the bathroom every day. Or maybe I do, I just don't think about it. What are the chances of getting a no cube rule in Act 2? Unfortunate. We didn't even get to use it once, but it is what it is. How many hours per week on the phone? I don't want to say. It's too embarrassing. I'm just kidding. It depends. If I'm a normal work week, it's actually a little bit less. But maybe 3 hours average per day. So I guess I don't watch like in the evenings when it's time to wind down, or you know, just relax for a bit. I don't watch TV, I watch YouTube on my phone instead. So some of the time comes from that. I tried putting it in the cube. And to be fair, a fair amount of time, like my screen time, comes from the YouTube Studio app, like looking at YouTube stats and checking in on comments and stuff. But I try to use my... I try to, you know, check less and less YouTube stats every day, because, you know, watching numbers go up and down is maybe not the healthiest.
Greetings.
But it's hard not to. Is there anything fun we can do gear-wise right now? Not really. Not without the cube. I mean, like, we could gamble, but in that case I would rather save the gold and gamble circlets like we did last time. Bonk. Alright, we'll just move on and see what we get for Act 3, and then we can try and grab some new gear in Act 3. Because as I learned on the strength only run, I think it was, Warhammers, which you can start seeing in Act 3, have really good damage. Since this area is over here, I would guess that the Valley of the Viper, I think it's called, is the other way. Alright, a little bit scary, a little bit tough already. I honestly did not think I would be struggling so hard already, like already in Act 2. But I guess that's the barbarian way of life. It would definitely have been better if I had like double swing, but it wouldn't have been, it wouldn't have been like a huge difference, I don't think. Though now that I have the cube, I could have cubed some socketed magic weapons and hoped for good stats plus sockets for gems. Oh, I healed him and he died anyway. I guess it was a poison crit. Would you like to do some of your previous challenges on different classes? Yeah, definitely. There are some challenges that I definitely want to revisit. But on the same time, I still have so many ideas I haven't done yet. And it's, you know, it is a little bit more appealing to do a new challenge than do a challenge with another character. But I have done 2 unique items only runs.
Greetings.
Can you be killed by poison damage like Emilio? I think only if I'm already at 1 life and then get poisoned again, then I can die. But otherwise, the only thing poison can do is bring you down to 1 HP.
The sun has never shone here.
Finally, darkness, light radius, it's your time to shine. You guys wish. You guys wish. Actually, I wonder if, since the darkness in the Lost City is a scripted event, I wonder if you can actually, you know, use light radius to counteract that, or if it's like a hard-coded minimum light radius darkness kind of thing. Alright, let's see. Let's see if I can lure some of his minions over to me and take care of those first. Well, here they all come anyway. But they do come like 2 at a time, so it worked out anyway, even though it didn't go as I planned. Alright, this worked out really well. Another Eld rune, still mainly looking for that Eth rune, so I can make malice sometime.
That the sun shines once again.
Yes?
Good day.
Alright, let's go to the Arcane Sanctuary.
Hello.
Started watching our MF videos on YouTube and then found your challenges and binge watched almost all of them. Catching a stream, love the content. Oh, thank you, glad you like this stuff. Yeah, I mean, Zarfen the Loot Goblin, when I started this YouTube channel, I did only Magic Find videos for a little while. And of course my roots are as a Loot Goblin.
When the
Though now it's mostly challenge runs. Though a lot of my challenge runs end up being loot focused. Man, that's some slow ass attack speed. I just talked about Warhammers in Act 3, so I should probably start saving a little bit of strength, because they require 43 or 48 strength, I believe. What's the highest magic find you've ever had? I don't know, but I've never made one of those, like, you can use a barbarian and like have two East crystal swords and, you know, full magic find gear, and let your mercenary kill everything for you. I've seen some videos of that, I think, but I've never made that myself. So I think my highest is like maybe 600 on a sorceress or something. But I have not played the game that much in like super end game, like with a fully decked out character looking for, you know, the last few grail items. I've often been the kind of guy to start over, even when magic finding, like start a fresh account from scratch, getting that Mephisto running sorcerers up, getting some gear for your other characters, start building up a few more, and then once I start having some decently powerful characters, I kind of lose interest. I guess, you know, that's maybe why I was so drawn to challenge runs, because I like the like building up progress, like being weak and, you know, building up yourself slowly. So even when I was mostly doing magic finding, that's still kind of what I did. Like I started over, starting building up the account, and then lost interest once I got too powerful.
Could get lost in here.
Your plus strength grand charm might come in clutch soon. Good call. Good call. I will try to remember that I have that. Alright. Bottom right. Diminishing returns start to hit hard. Yeah. I mean, going for like 1000 magic find or whatever the maximum is not really practical. So once again, I am too low level to scare away elite enemies. Which is good to know, I guess, before I get into a really bad situation. You know, look on the bright side, I don't care about being mana drained, which is usually annoying, but this time it's whatever. Cope. %100% north side. Alright, let's move counterclockwise this time. I often do it clockwise, so I start one direction and then move around in a clockwise manner. But we can do counterclockwise this time. But if bottom south, like southwest, is the right way, I'm blaming you, alright? Top right was the correct way, by the way. Alright, confident. I like to see it. We'll see if you're right. Yes, that is correct. These are the current rules. We are in the second act, so we have 2 rules right now. Just do 10 souls rituals. I mean, maybe. Maybe one day that will be what people do. You do super many souls rituals, and then you do the terror zone. Then you don't leave the game. You wait for an hour until the terror zone changes to something else. Paladin. Zarfen, new tech discovered. Minus defense on hit. Works even if you miss. This is only for the normal attack. Well, hello. Thank you for the tech, Paladin. Well, that is perfect news for a barbarian that can't use combat skills and who has already kind of loosely planned to maybe use malice. That is very interesting. Diablo 2 is a little bit janky sometimes. Time to find out, yeah. Are the rules permanent? Yes. So less than 4.5 bars until... Ooh, finally a small charm. Finally. The second charm of the run. I've been kind of unlucky with charms so far. No, actually, I think we found 2 grand charms, but one was like defense. 15 life. I think resistance is the best long term because that has the high, like keeps the value for the longest. Well, yeah. Pretty decent for this point in the game because now 1 to 4 lightning damage is still, you know, a couple percent, so I'll happily take that. Yeah, for right now elemental damage might be the best we could get. I hope the random generator contains random garbage like no light radius only. In hindsight, that would have been a good idea. But I did not want like the first 2 rules to be very, you know, non-consequential, so I think they are pretty rough, all of them. Another charm, well, 4 to mana. I sleep on that, but at least we have found like 4 charms now. So if you die too much at some point, will you reduce the restrictions? I don't think I will ever reduce the restrictions. I think it is play by the rules, or I would rather completely give up than to reduce the rules. Because to me, in a challenge, reducing the rules... Well, there are of course exceptions, surely. But for a run like this, to, you know, remove a rule because something is too hard, kind of ruins it, for me anyway. But there is so much that would have to go completely wrong for this challenge to be completely unbeatable. Like... There would be to be like no mercenary, no healing potions, no war cries. Then we are in a tough situation. But it would be so unlucky to get all of those. Well, now I jinxed it. I guess that is one point. Well, I died twice already, but I was gonna say that is one point, like one argument for doing this kind of run in hardcore. Because if the run becomes too difficult, then you will end up dying, and then the run reaches a natural conclusion. And you know, if this was hardcore, I hope I would have played a little bit more carefully. Good comedic timing on Emilio's part. I deal so little damage per swing. Well, I guess without Emilio, I also have only 84% chance to hit. There's a big sneezing coming, but I'm trying to hold it in. Alright, is this the way? It was not the way. Actually, I want to open the chests at the end. Why did I use that mana potion? It's not gonna help me.
Hello.
There's nothing the right potion can't cure.
10 attack rating, yes please. Shout, find potion, blade mastery. Actually, I need to... Every time I find a diamond, I think about what could have been cubing a beautiful polearm.
Yes, citizen.
Should have listened, wasting time on the wrong way, but I guess it's experience. Hold on a second, didn't you say top right, Kumadrin? Now I'm gonna go back in chat history and expose you. Top right was the correct one, by the way. Don't you try. Are we going to defeat Duriel today? For sure. Emotional support mana potion. Is one of the rules no magic find? No. And it's funny because someone asked that before as well. And no magic find didn't even occur to me to be a rule. It's like magic find is such a like core part of the game that I didn't even consider. I didn't even think about it as an option, which is kind of funny. I was speaking from my perspective, 9 degrees to the left of your... 90 degrees from the left of your perspective. Alright, alright. If you say so. Almost 100k. Of course, I'm just kidding with you, Comadrin. So let's keep going counterclockwise. But of course, I'm sure it's gonna be fourth way because I usually go clockwise. So the time I decide to go the other way around, it's gonna be the wrong way. I think the plan for Duriel is to see if I can tank and let Emilio kill Duriel. And then worry about weapon upgrades in the next act. Or maybe I should probably be able to gamble a Warhammer now. And I think Warhammers are really strong for like when they become available, like base damage wise. Maybe there's another item type I'm not thinking about. Ooh, another Grand Charm. We have found over half of our charms in the Arcane Sanctuary, unless I'm mistaken, so that's good at least. Ooh, finally! Battle Cry. This should help with the chance to hit as well. And damage mitigation. Really good for long grindy fights. So you know, any self-found barbarian. Man, Emilio is slaying, making me look really bad. And of course, I'm not sure if there's a penalty against act bosses, but Battlecry does work against act bosses, so it will be really huge against Duriel. And before I forget, let's put the point into strength for future Warhammer wielding. Oh, that's a bit of a non-synergy. I guess blind on hit from Death Spade and Battlecry are both curses, so they can't be blinded and Battlecried at the same time. Though it shouldn't be a problem against bosses, because you can't blind bosses anyway. Oh, Warhammers won't show up until level 20. 21. Alright. Well, we'll just have to grind through them. I already forgot. For my gambled only run, did I play on a higher player setting then? I must have done that, right? If I was so much higher level. I think I beat Act 2 at like level 22 or 23 even. I must have done some Players X shenanigans. You can really notice when it's only me attacking and when Emilio also joins in. Someone said that if always, like, someone was talking about how this might turn into a mercenary run if my character gets too weak, and it's already becoming one. Man, the wrong way again. Alright. Well, the experience is good, and we found some charms. The charms weren't any good. Well, no, the charms weren't any good, but still the experience was good. Is good, because we're not done yet. I did quite a bit, Players 3, right. I see, thank you. Funny that I already forgotten. Imagine finding a plus combat skill Grand Charm. Oh lord, this would be the run, right? Where it would happen, finding a skiller for your character, but for the wrong tree. I actually don't think I can do it. I think I need 16 and 10 attack rating more than 5 magic find, even though it pains me. There's nothing else really worthwhile, right? I guess I should still be checking for 3-socketed breastplates. Actually, I should probably most definitely buy a 3-socketed breastplate before we leave. And maybe a 3-socketed something for Malice as well. Though I'm not sure. Actually, we can go back to Act 2 in that case, because like you could go for a Malice flail. But what if we find another really good sword? Then we would like a Malice sword to go with it instead. Where am I going? To the stash. Yeah, the rules are in order as we roll them. So when we like Act 1, Act 2, and then it will keep filling up. Only one town portal scroll. I will try to remember that next time we're in town. Man, I guess at some point I should just be taunting and battle crying enemies and then leading them back to Emilio. Another Grand Charm. The ghosts are paying out. 12 FHR. I don't like spending an entire inventory slot for faster hit recovery charms, or like 3 inventory slots, but maybe it's good to have, depending on what build we end up doing. Could definitely be useful. Thank you, Ola, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Goblin Gang. Appreciate it. Sorry, Olaf, not Ola, probably. Thank you regardless. Oh, you decided to go with the Goblin Gang name. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was talking about that some time ago. Like, what should I call the Zarfen crew? And I just thought I didn't want to think too much about it, so I went with the first one I came up with. Though I will say, for live streams, I think the good people of Zarfen chat is a lot funnier. But it doesn't, like, roll off the tongue as well. Will the rule change or add? It will add. So by the end of this, we're gonna have a full playbook that we need to read through whenever we are gonna make a decision, so we know what we can and can't do. Zarfen gang, okay gang, Zarfen column. Okay gang, let's split up and look for clues. Unexpected Scooby-Doo reference. Well, the downside of relying on Emilio, of course, he's having a stare down with the goat over here. Alright. Would be embarrassing to die to the summoner. So let's see if we can. Alright. Alright, only 4 goatmen means it should be pretty easy to move around. I helped, I'm helping. I did my part, right?
Staining my hands with the blood of foul sorcerers.
Got my name right the second time, all good. Olaf is the Swedish pronunciation. Yeah, I think Olaf is not a very common name in Swedish. We have Olof or Olof, but not with an A, I think. Not very common anyway, but similar name. Stupid gems. No, this gem I'm gonna keep. We don't need 4 L runes, and I'm not gonna be able to cube them anyway, so... Knowing myself, I will probably not end up using it, but I can keep it for now, because I think there is some, like, legitimate cases for actually having a charm like that, depending on your other gear.
Hello.
There are a lot of words that use L. Yeah, who knows, maybe this is the run where I have to make tons of rune words, and I'll end up regret selling the 4th one for like a few hundred gold, so you are right, it's not worth selling I think the cost of not having it if you need it is a lot higher than what it did sell for, like 200 gold. It will be interesting to see how long this run can feasibly stay alive without becoming too silly for even Monty Python. That's a creative, how do you say, poke? I love the fact that the summoner hired all these hell clan goats to guard his sanctuary, but he didn't teach them how to use the teleporters. Yeah. Yes, the rules are chosen at random, and hopefully we will soon see how that works, because now we're going to kill Duriel. And I'm so confident that I won't even have to go back to town another time, so I'm gonna stock up on potions right now. TP reminder, thank you. I did pick up a bunch, but thank you anyway. The square. Actually, maybe I should fight a little bit. I could probably get to 19 before the fight, which should help.
I am overwhelmed. I can't carry. I can't carry.
Maybe the experience is not that amazing. I mean, it's decent, but... The second I spec to a singer, I will roll no rune words. What is it with the jinxing, guys? Exactly, the Wheel of Misfortune. That is a really good name for it. I should have named the challenge that instead. The Wheel of Misfortune. Diablo 2, but every act I spin the Wheel of Misfortune. I lost it, but I... Oh, here it is. Will this or the gambling run be on Friday? I don't know yet. Probably this one. Well, with a few elites and a bunch more beetles, I should definitely be able to get that level up. Another challenge or another run I am thinking about doing, or a run that I would like to do, is to use a barbarian that only uses staffs. Because some of the elite staffs have sneakily high base damage. So if you take a Archon staff, that is very rare, so it's not that easy to find. But an Archon staff with like insight in it is actually like a sneakily good melee weapon. But I haven't really come up with a fun way to like frame that challenge, because like I play a barbarian but I only use staffs. It's not quite enough of an interesting title, I think, at least. Another L rune. Well, who knows? We might need the 5th L rune. Just gonna heal up a little bit before I go in. Holy crap. This is all you, Emilio. Go, Emilio. Go, Emilio. I believe in you. Maybe I actually need to start having some mana potions in the belt soon. if I'm gonna spam battle cry. Barbarian cosplaying it as a sorceress. Yeah, basically. Barbarian goes to Mage College. Man, this is an expensive spell. 7 mana per. And only 14% chance. I'm too lazy to do that, to be honest. Dead end. It definitely looks like I'll get that level up though. Not that I will unlock anything new or anything. On a 19, I mean. Well, actually, how bad does... if I remember correctly, Battlecry scales very poorly, so it's not really worth putting more points into. But maybe this is the run. Gandalf or Barbaria, ripoff of Korgoth of Barbaria. Yeah, Gandalf is a pretty mean fighter for a wizard, right? In the movies, anyway. So 480 for 35. If I go closer to Emilio, yeah, it literally doubles my attack rating, so... And with no combat skills, maybe I need a Blessed Aim Mercenary, Blessed Aim Emilio. Unless I really overlevel, but that's gonna be very tedious also, again, with no combat skills. The first 2 rules are kind of brutal, yeah. They are. So I think in Act 3 we are due for a bit of a freebie. The preferable roles would be to either get no summons, because the Barbarian doesn't really have summons outside of Grimward. And I am fine sacrificing Grimward for a freebie like that, or no rune work, no crafting, because if I can't use the cube, I can't even craft the items to begin with, right? And since I haven't crafted anything yet, I wouldn't lose anything. 24 poison res. Not that interested, I'm afraid.
Good day.
$45 gold. Maybe I should start looking at the items before I go into town and sell them. Is there a wheel or something? How do you choose the rules? Yes, there is a wheel. Hey Zarfen, good news. My cat is inherently interested in the run, so you got that going for the rest of the day. Oh, nice. Hello, Mega Tokyo fans cat. Hope you're doing well. Hope you chased some yarn balls and scratched some furniture today. Or whatever cats do. .57% chance of no minions. Well, so I have like 7% chance of getting a good roll then. Since there are 2 2 rolls, that would be kind of freebies. Wow, that scales awfully. 1 extra minus damage and 2 extra minus defense. I guess the duration increases. The radius doesn't even increase. That has to be one of the worst scaling skills in the game. But I did remember another thing now. Iron skin. Maybe I need to buy some heavy equipment. No, I want Arctic Furs. Upgrading Arctic Furs and building into Shout. No, I can't upgrade. I can't use the cube. Oh, man. The problem solver brain goes brrr, and then there's a metal pipe put into the gears. Thank you, Recyclopsor, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I will slay Duriel in your honor.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
We're not dealing damage to him that quickly, but we are certainly dealing damage to him.
Thanks.
I should shout as well. Alright. It doesn't feel great. I mean, like, we are killing him very slowly, but we are, you know, defeating him decisively, even if slowly. So, I mean, that's nice. Oh, and thank you, Patsy Tatsy, for the Prime sub as well. Thank you. I very much appreciate it.
Thanks.
I swear, I tried giving him a rejuve, but I was too slow. Yeah, not even using open wounds yet. Yeah, that's gonna be a big boost
Who goes there?
to my damage. But to be fair, it will only be a big boost because my current damage is so bad. But it's gonna be nice to get it. That blind coming in clutch though. You can actually not blind Duriel, so this is actually the icon for Battle Cry.
Thanks.
Maybe I do need some more thawing potions anyway. Yeah, looks like it. Do you think I can take him solo? I actually don't think I can take Duriel. Come on. Yeah, I can. Come on, you can do it. Come on, you stupid barbarian. Yeah. Ooh, another set item. Of course, it's a staff, but it is a set item.
I am overburdened.
Well, now Emilio lost out on the experience, but it's fine. Do you have tier runes? I do have 2 of them. What were you cooking? Oh, tier L, steel. I could make steel. I didn't even think about that. Stubbornness for the win. Stubbornness is a valid strategy.
I have failed. Diablo has freed his accursed brother. The world remains at their mercy.
What kind of item can you make steel in? Is it like swords and... Is it any weapon, or is it like swords and something and something? That's a slow sword. Swords, axes, and maces. You know what? Double steel is not a bad choice at all. And once I start seeing warhammers in the shop, I will not be able to buy non-magical ones either. I do unfortunately not have the Malice runes. I'm missing the F runes. I have If and L. And Tyr. And 1 Eld and 2 Rawl. No Tal.
It is an honor to serve you.
Just to future-proof myself, I think I'm gonna buy this. In case I need a 2-socket armor later. That's some nice damage, but I think I need the lifesteal on his current weapon. Well, I can't use that low damage weapon forever. 10 to maximum fire damage. It's going in the stash. Good call. Before I start making rune words, I should probably go to Act 3 to roll the next rule. Because imagine spending a bunch of time shopping for bases, and then we get no rune words. Tyr, Amn and Tyr is strength, another rune word with crushing blow, which is super good, but of course Amn runes are quite expensive.
Good evening.
All right. Oh, it's already 4. Man, that's too bad. I can't go that much longer.
My ship is yours.
But I can go a little bit longer.
Welcome.
Maybe I can't see Warhammers yet, but... Oh, I'm low enough level that I can actually see non-magic items from the shop. That is interesting. That is very unusual for me. Because it's not only act bound, it's also item level bound. Or actually, it's only item level bound. But in Act 2 and Act 1, there is an item level cap that makes it so you can always see socketed non-magic items there. But I shouldn't do a bunch of shopping. I will spin the wheel. So here we go. This is the wheel of misfortune, the source of all our troubles. Actually, I need to remove the cube thing, because that I didn't remove it before, because that's already picked. So now we have 28 rules left. Just gonna grab a Pepsi, then we spin the wheel. Alright, I'm hoping for no summons or no crafted gear. If I get no healing potions or no mercenary, the run is freaking dead, man. I'm not gonna give up, but it's gonna be tough. Alright, here we go. Come on, get lucky one time, please. Oh no! Oh, all right. Come on. No. I'm like, it's a roller coaster. I'm saying like, oh come on, keep going. But then I look at the next thing, and it's even worse. This is terrible. Ah. This is terrible because not only does this mean no buying items, it of course also means I can no longer buy potions. By scrolls. Does this include selling? I guess you can cheese it and sell stuff in the gambling window. This run is so sick. It is a great run for content though, right? But holy crap, what abysmal luck. Oh well, yeah, this is terrible. Biggest smile on Zarfen's face. Yeah, what can you do other than laugh about the wheel of misfortune? And just to explain, no trading means no trade. I can still repair because that is its own rule. So repairing is still fine, but I can't trade. Like I can't buy and sell. But repairing is fair game because that is its own rule. And sorry, hold on. Here we go. So it means no trading, no buying items, including potions and scrolls. Unfortunately, good thing we are decently stocked. I guess I'm gonna start talking to Kane. I guess it also means no selling, but I guess I could cheese it by selling in the gambling window, because gambling is allowed and repairing is allowed, because those are their own rules. But still, an absolutely awful rule. A good thing I bought a bunch of potions before. Because that is pretty freaking cursed. Man, and now I said before that we shouldn't buy a bunch of socketed items because we might ban rune words. What instead happened is that we banned vendor trading, so now I'm not allowed to now I'm not allowed to go and buy socketed items anymore. Oh man, what is this? What is this run, man? Thank you, Khalida, for the bits. Have you considered a skeletal mage only challenge? I have not. But it sounds like right up my alley, using a very bad skill and trying to make it work. Classic Zarfen overthink. Yeah, I mean, how expensive is even a 2-socketed freaking broadsword? That would have been like 1,000 gold. I could afford it too. Open the trade window and despair. That is 3 bad rolls in a row, yeah. Even more reason to go deep into Grimward. Points in find potion well spent. Oh, holy shit. Atsy Tatsy, you're a freaking genius. It's time to go all in on find potion. Yeah, I need to spec in to find potion, right? Oh, Olaf said it too. Yeah. All right. At least, yeah. All right. How many points are we putting in find potion? I mean, the drop-off is pretty bad, but not terrible. Let's go up to 50%. I think 50% is... You know, then every other corpse should bring a potion. And going higher, you know, 5%, then it starts to... The diminishing returns start to kick in. And it's not like with find item that you only want to do it on elites. This you can do on everything. I mean, what is trading? What did the rule say? No trading at vendors.
Hello.
Well, I see what you're saying. Selling is definitely trading. I did, you know, when I wrote the rule, I meant like no using the trade window except repairs. The most I would allow is repairing. So you think I'm not gonna... Okay, let's, you know... Trading means gold versus wares. I mean, the chat seems pretty united in that I'm not allowed to sell stuff anymore, so... I'm fine in doing it that way. But gambling is allowed because that is their own rule. Repairing is allowed because that is its own rule. That is a service you buy. It's not trading. If we want a lore reason. I see some other questions. A quest rewards, like getting a ring for the Gid Bin, is not trading. Because that's a quest reward. And there was another rule. Zarfen the non-loot goblin. What is this run? Yeah. The wheel is great. You'd never have such a weird combination of restrictions otherwise. True. So find gold, find barb. Find gold. Potion find, gold find barb. It is, yeah. This is what happens to loot goblins on Wednesdays. I should have known better than to stream in the middle of the week. All right. I did manage to buy a kite shield and a bone shield. No body. I didn't even buy the 2-socketed body armor. I thought I did. And we have 100,000 gold. Well, I will not be able to spend any money on repairs or on potions. So I need gold for repairs and for Emilio and for gambling. Yeah, so now we need to find our rune word bases. You won't need gold where you are going. You can always just teleport to Act 1 for potions. Yeah, now with Find Potion... Actually, does Find Potion... The kind of potions you find, is that based on my character or on the monster that dies? Because I don't want, like, minor healing potions, right? What an interesting run, man. We're 3 rules in and this already feels like a full challenge. And I say this every stream or every challenge, but this is what's so fun about challenge runs, because under what other circumstances would you be happy to realize that Find Potion is a great skill? Oh, perfect. Oops, now I drank a potion on accident, but that's fine. Yeah, at least it wasn't no minimap for the jungle, that's true. I guess I technically don't need to find potion on everything. Actually, oh, it's really cheap. Only 2 mana. Right, then I can spam it for sure. Oh, you can't find potion on those bodies. That's interesting. Oh, Find Potion is great against resurrecting enemies too. Ooh, nice tech. Yeah, that's true. You, like, destroy the bodies. They don't, you know, go away, but you like... What do you say? You destroy them or you spam them so they can't be resurrected. Oh, thank you, Flotar, for the raid. Welcome, new viewers. We are playing an absolutely cursed run right now. We are adding one new rule to the challenge every act. And right now, we can't use combat skills. We can't use the cube at all. And also, we can't trade at vendors. So it is an interesting barbarian, to say the least. We only had the cube to stockpile potions. I discovered your channel on YouTube a few days ago and watched every video on the channel, basically. Oh, nice. I'm glad you enjoyed the videos, Flotar. Ended up drawing a bunch of Diablo 2 stuff today. Oh, nice. You're an artist, I assume, then. So I brought your viewers here to see what I was inspired by. Oh, cool. Well, thanks for the raid and welcome, everyone. I'm not much of an artist myself, but I did actually draw my like subscriber emotes myself, which was really fun to do.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Can't carry anymore. Ooh, all resistances. Finally something good. Can you only find health and mana potions from Find Potion, or can you find like antidotes? Because maybe I shouldn't like throw away utility potions if I can't get the other ones. Well, it looks like it's only mana and health potions. We can, of course, replace the light healing potions with better potions. Potion Find Barb. You did an ink pen drawing of the Butcher. That sounds cool. I'll have to check it out later. Rev trick with Maggot Lair Baby is great. Oh, so you can get your rejuvenation potions. Well, like I said, could have been worse. Could have been use Frost Tree armors and telekinesis on Mephisto. Oh, wait. Yeah. Alright, find potion. 60% chance for a healing potion, 30 for a mana, and 10% for rejuves. Okay, thank you, Stasso. Thank you. Alright, but then I should really hold on tight to antidotes and thawing potions. But that's really good to know. Thank you for the info. Alright, have a good one, Flotar. Thank you again for the raid. Exciting. I don't think I've been raided before. At least not that I remember. Pretty cool. I recently realized you cannot do the challenge runs on Zork or Pal. What do you mean you can't do it? I don't quite understand. Well, maybe you mean that in general, Paladin and Sorceress are a little bit easy mode for challenges because they have such powerful spells. But of course you can ban spells. It's all made up anyway, so you can, artificially prohibit you from using certain spells if you really want to use a paladin or a sorceress. Should clear out the secondary stash for potions. I think you're right. I'm never gonna use like the stuff I have in the shared stash, like the high level uniques and stuff. I'm never gonna use that because I only like to play from scratch these days. So it might be good to have a stash space for potions for the future. We are in a run where antidotes are saved in the shared stash, but gemstones aren't picked up. Yeah, it's turning into a very unique experience for sure. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Well, there's plenty of potions to be had in the jungle anyway, with all the small... Could this be a steel base? Oh, it is a malice base though. Skipping too much? I think, I mean, potions are very important, absolutely, but... Holy crap, I'm so lucky that was unidentified. I almost put a jewel in my malice base. What is all this? Wow, nice jewel. Well, I can clear out the stash space until next stream, because I probably want to save some of these, like ethereal Andes. I'm never gonna use those items, but I can't bring myself to throw them away just yet. Well, I don't need to carry around a bunch of valuable loot to sell anymore. That is kind of liberating, actually. I can dedicate my entire inventory to potions because I'm never gonna be able to use like I don't need to pick up stuff to sell anymore. Oh, sorry. I failed at breathing. These are cherished potions. We must not use them unless absolutely necessary. This is tricky because the lifesteal on this is very big, but 1 to 36 damage is kind of low, so I would like to gamble a polearm. But what if we get one without lifesteal? Can he really stay alive without lifesteal? Now we have a smart way to dying so we don't waste potions. That's some gigabrain move, Adam. Hello? Sometimes this game is so funny, man. I talk about wanting to gamble a polearm, and the very next item that drops is a unique one. Now, I actually don't think it's very good. Is it steel gold or something? Well, I should definitely not leave big potions on the ground. But it's kind of hard to rewire my brain to care so much about potions all of a sudden, because usually you can just buy them willy-nilly. I also need to be very mindful about my potions, or my scrolls. Well, I need to identify it right away. It is steel gold, right? Let me guess what stats it has. I think it has I think it has a negative stat, like minus defense or something. Probably some ED. And then because I can't remember the other stats, they are probably not very good. So unfortunately, probably no open wounds, but I could be wrong. Alright, I was wrong. It doesn't have any negative stat, but it does have hit costers monsters to flee 75%. Which is of course very annoying, because Emilio is gonna hit an enemy once, and then it's gonna run away, and then he has to target someone else. But 30% deadly strike. Though actually the total damage is not that much higher.
To good use. I'll put that to good use.
A little bit disappointing, but it is what it is. You were thinking of Dim Oak's Hue. Ah, yeah, that's the Bardish. Bardish. Did I miss a scroll? Thank you, Martillo Workshop. Thank you. That could end up mattering. We cannot afford to not pick up scrolls. And we don't need to pick up anything. Oh, I could give it to him for bosses because they can't flee. Yeah, that's true. Oh, and I need to check the X. One socket, right. Well, it's kind of weird, right? Because the run is definitely getting worse and worse. Like, the challenge is getting harder. But it's presenting me with new problems that I basically never have had to worry about before. And that's super fun. Like, I've never hoped for an axe that drops in Act 3 to be 2 sockets, because you can just buy that. But not anymore. That is true. Flee is good for like survivability, or like as a defensive stat. But the damage is so low, and of course I can't upgrade it because I can't use the cube. What a run. Alright, so right now the thing I need to be careful about not doing on accident is buying stuff from, like buying potions when I go to town, because that happens on autopilot. But I need to be very mindful about that. Because the other things, like using the cube, is hard to do like via muscle memory. The same with the combat skills. It's not like I'm gonna start clicking points into my combat tree without thinking. But trading, like, I'm focused right now, then I go to town and I read the chat and I stop caring. So then I am a little bit worried about accidentally buying stuff from a vendor.
Not enough mana.
Well, I can soon use rejuves for mana. I'm swimming in potions. Well, I'm swimming in potions right now. Is your attack rating already trash? It is decent. Well, for a challenge run, I would say. It's not terrible, but like half of it comes from Blessed Aim from Emilio. Like now it drops to 76% chance to hit, and now it's 82. And you know, only hitting 82% of the time is not good. But I wouldn't call it terrible yet. I think the bigger problem is that I don't do any damage. Oh, sorry, my voice is really giving up. The big... Okay, note to self, don't refresh in the middle of fighting Cesark.
Hello?
2k gold I'll never see again. Pepsi the silent killer. I definitely had a few deaths this run that I'm not very happy with. That being one of them. I get lulled into a false sense of security when Emilio does all the job. All the work, I mean, all the work for me. And no safety TP. I can't afford safety TPs right now. I missed a rare skull cap though. Well, actually, the TP situation is looking pretty alright. ID scroll situation is worse, but on the other hand, I do have Kane. But Kane does identifying it Kane kind of costs a town portal scroll. Oh, Steel has attack rating bonus as well. Steel will save this run. It's looking like it. Doesn't minus defense let you hit more often too? Yeah. It definitely does. Go get that stamina potion. Well, at this rate, I have to push so slowly that I don't think my running out of stamina is gonna be an issue. Except in exactly this situation when I am running back to my corpse.
What a strange little statue.
If you wanna be mean, you could say that giving the Jade figurine to Meshif is trading, because you are trading the Jade figurine for a golden bird. But of course, in my eyes, that is a quest.
I can't carry.
I need to have us two-socketed armor, I think, for the future. Oh, and then another one. Hey, Grumpus. Hope you're doing well. It's clearly a quest, yes. True, he's not a vendor and it's not a trade option. Yeah, it's clearly allowed. So let's try and find that waypoint. Ooh, I should, yeah, farming weapon racks for a socketed, like, flail. Yeah, that might be a good strategy. Because unfortunately, we did find a 3-socketed flail, but I don't have an Eth rune. And it might be worth going back to the Countess to try and farm one, but it feels also kind of boring to go back to the tower now. Alright, you can't find the potion on these, on those.
I am overburdened.
Go back to the Countess while you can. You might not be able to later. Yeah, true, true. If we let Zarfen anywhere near lower cross before another roll, another rule roll. We might lose him forever. I'm gonna set up camp in Lower Cross, the Never Leave. Gonna settle down.
Back up. Good day.
This is very decent. 28 fire resist. 30 attack rating. I think the time of sapphires is over. I'm saving these just in case I do run into no healing potions. I do have some life replenishment. I'm going to clear out another stash tab before the next stream for potion storage. Oh, let's get 20 free life. What are the current rules? They are in the top left corner. And maybe there's no way to get lucky in a challenge like this, but it feels like we've been extremely unlucky so far with the rules. But when I spun the wheel for the third time, I was like, oh no, not that rule. Oh good, it goes past. Oh no, it goes to something worse. And like, oh no, whatever it lands on, it's bad. So maybe that's just the way things are. Alright, we could clear out some of the trashy items we have saved. I think if I'm going to replace this, it's going to be with a defensive helm with like resistances, like the one I just threw on the ground, and not those. So let's save that instead. And if my chance to it gets too bad, I do have a bunch of skill points to put into a mastery. But I want to figure out what mastery we're doing with first. Oh, give the helm to Emilio. Since he's not really dying that much yet, I think I prefer the Frost Nova helm. But that's definitely a consideration, giving him the rare skull cap. It might actually be better already. I'm struggling, man. That stupid two-socketed sword I never bought in Act 2 is looking pretty good right now. All the challenges I've watched you do, this one sounds like the worst so far. Love it. Yeah, I think that the potion situation right now, because even if I get stuck, I should be able to backtrack and find some flayers or something, and then just spam find potion. Actually, can't sell it anyway. But let's try and grab at least one more waypoint. What is this map? Can it really be... Well, I guess it can. And I guess it is. Please be the player dungeon, player jungle now. It would suck if this just ends up putting me in the Great Marsh. Oh, yes, nice. Broad axe, double axe, ethereal. Alright, here we go. Now, a axe is not my preferred option because it only has a normal attack speed. And it does go well with Death Spade right now. But this is probably not going to be our long-term weapon. But I do have 2 sets of tier L runes, so I do think it's... We could certainly use a little something right now, right? And I didn't check it myself, but you can make it in access, right? You said that, right? Swords and axe for steel, nice. You single-handedly reignited my D2R obsession, by the way. Put 250 hours into the Switch 2 over the last couple of months. Sorry about that. Nice. And in that case, should we put a cheeky few extra points into the mastery? I don't think we need to yet. And also I think now I want this in the main hand. I'm not sure if that matters that much. And that's true, yeah. It does have attack speed as well, which helps offset the slower attack speed. What? Okay, that is definitely the way to the Great Marsh. Let's not go in that direction. I was very surprised to see souls or globes. The souls ambush out of nowhere. And now I used a bunch of potions, so now I can, you know, refill the belt at least. I'm in a little bit of a rush, so I'm gonna not spend any points, skill points or stat points right now. We can worry about that next time. Well, I'm killing monsters. Oops. My mouse slid off the mouse pad. And that almost caused me to panic and make expensive mistakes. Something's not right with my mouse. What's happening? Blaming my equipment for how I play. Classic. Left a TP behind. Oh no. A ritual time. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, if I had more time, maybe we could have done the Gloam's ritual for Magic Find to push through. Seems a little bit iffy to do with my current character though. The loot is just raining down upon us. Thank you, Arctic's set bonus. Let's not use our last...
I am overburdened.
Our last... oh, another 2 Sakidarum. Our last scroll. Though I'm pretty sure that this is Blade Buckle, and that Blade Buckle is not very good, but I don't remember the stats. 3 socket sword as well, alright. I need to go to town. And now I made a mistake. Now I need to go to town twice. It's fine. We need to do it. We need to see what the gear is. No, blade bone. Blade buckle is a belt. Alright, this is actually better than I remembered. It attacks faster, does less damage, but more damage to undead. It also has fire damage. I think it does more damage, actually. And it attacks faster. Let's try it out, anyway. Yeah, the attack speed difference is definitely noticeable, so definitely an upgrade. Well, we've been pretty lucky with loot. I mean, we found plenty of sets and uniques. And I mean, we do have like 89 magic found, alright. So some loot is expected. 2 morning stars. There's too much to pick up.
I can't carry anymore.
3 sockets. Ooh, my dual malice just came together. If needed. Alright. Uniques, set items, bunch of socketed items. And just like that, the game has tricked me into feeling like things are going well. Did I miss an ID scroll? Well, now I'm kind of in a rush, so I'm playing very quickly. But an ID scroll I can go back for. Alright, the flare jungle is significantly more difficult than the spider jungle. It has been so far anyway. I guess this was also a pack of elites. Give me that loot.
I am overburdened.
And let's hope that this is the waypoint area. Let Emilio take care of this. I'm spending so many potions, but when we continue I will play slower. Well, I usually play slower, and then I won't spend as many resources. Alright, here we go. Nice. Pew! What are you doing? Spamming X in the cube, X in the cube, X in the cube. Oh, I'm not allowed to use this for storage. Is that what you're saying? Alright, fine.
Stay a while and listen.
In that case, let's put it here, and I'll sort out the stash situation next time. Streaming foul. It's good to see people being so heated over putting a death spade in a cube. Alright. Didn't do a very good job of reading the chat towards the end, but I was in a bit of a rush to find a waypoint, because I need to end the stream, unfortunately. Using the cube for storage is called using the cube. Alright, fine. I should have put no transmuting, but you are right, I guess. Thank you everyone for hanging out today. This was really fun, and it's a very, very interesting run, for sure. So I'm looking forward to continuing this. I don't want to promise anything, but I might actually continue streaming it tomorrow already. but I'm not 100% sure that I'm available yet. But I'll make sure to schedule the next stream as soon as I know when I can. But yeah, I hope you have a good day. Thank you for hanging out. And I'll see you next time. I'm looking forward to continuing this a lot. And finally catch a break in the next act, maybe. Alright, have a good day.